Hello, welcome back to the bottom. My name is Beast, and I'm back with Kinkoi, Golden Love Reach, Golden Time. Gotta make sure to say the entire thing every single fucking time without fucking pause. And you know what else is golden? This is meat that I'm gonna be drinking. I don't know why I always do this cursory blow into the glass. It's only been standing here just yesterday. So, things I gotta talk about. We will never fucking order from our local Italian restaurant anymore because it really is getting fucking ridiculous how much their service is fucking degraded. What else? My family maybe making an appointment with a psychiatrist for me, or at the very least a therapist. And last but not least, I failed another fucking driver's license exam, so you gotta fucking love that. I'm going to fucking end myself one of these days. Anyways, let's just get into this before I fall into a bit deeper of a depression than I already am today. Damn it, I can't think of anything! I thought about it long and hard on the rooftop and all the way back to my dorm. I was still coming up empty. Might be more accurate to say that I didn't have the confidence to follow through on the ideas I did come up with. Will make Mina happy. She'd be here any minute. Come up with something, otherwise.
失礼してもよろしいですの?
Yes, please do.
失礼しますわ。
Time cruelly ran out.
どうかなさいまして。元気がないように見えますけれど。
Nah, I've just had a lot on my mind.
そうですの。
This was just how it had to be. I would just ask her point blank, Mina. I'm going to swallow my pride and ask you something.
なんですの?
Where do you want to go on our date?
はい。
I've been racking my brain all day wondering where to take you, but nothing has come to me.
そう言われましても、私もすぐには思い浮かびませんわ。
Even a single hint would be helpful. Does anything sound fun to you?
ヒント、そうですわね。何か日本的な経験がしてみたいですわ。前回は一般的な遊びということでしたけど、日本らしい場所や催しを経験してみたいですわ。
I see, that never occurred to me.
あなたはそれでよろしいんですの?
I am, but why?
私ばかり優先されているようで申し訳ない気がしますわ。
Also, one thing that also came out, Mella's sister has a sty now, apparently. That's what Google tells me Gerstenkron is in English. Basically, it's like a small swelling on her eye. Yeah, that's annoying. Also, for some reason, my eye is twitching right now. It's really fucking annoying. It's fine, really. I want to make you happy.
どうして私のためにここまでしてくれるのでしょう。でも、こうして真剣に私のことを考えてくれる人は初めてですわ。
Thank you. This helped a lot. I'll give it some more thought.
はい、お願いしますわ。
Made a mental note of myself to do some research online later.
では、今日も始めますわよ。
Yes, please and thank you. I changed to mental gears. I feel guilty of Mina saw right through me and noticed my overwhelming giddiness.
言いたいところなのですが。実は考え事をしていて、今日何をするか考えていませんでしたの。
This wasn't unusual. No, unusual didn't quite cut it. This had never happened before.
申し訳ないですわ。明日はしっかり準備してきますので。
Nah, you have nothing to apologize for. I'm the one who's taking up your time.
しっかりしませんと。
Let's skip today's lesson. There's only so much we could do if nothing's been planned.
そうですわね。そうしましょう。
So, what should we do now?
お話でもしましょうか。
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's... What should we talk about?
なんでも構いませんわ。
What can I do about this? Would have thought my room would become so bittersweet.
お話しませんの？
I will. Hang on a second. Something to talk about, some topic. I got it. I ate that chocolate. That was great.
そうですの。お口にあったようで何よりですわ。
Mission was a practice run, but does that mean you're making a real batch too?
そのつもりではありますわ。
Glad to hear it. Is it okay for me to look forward to trying it?
ええ。その時までには私も。いえ、こちらの話ですわ。とにかくバレンタイン当日までに準備をしておきますわ。あと少し待っていてくださいまし。
Can do. I'm really looking forward to it.
その過度な期待はしないでいただけますと。
No can do. It is the most excited I've ever been for Valentine's Day.
やめてくださいまし。大したものは用意できませんのよ。
Remember what I told you? I'm happy just because you're the one making it for me.
プレッシャーですわ。
I'll be happy no matter what I get.
さっきあなたもどこに行くかで同じように困っていたじゃありませんの。
Oh, you're right.
まったく。お互い様とはいえ、あなたは私が困っているところをニヤニヤして見ているところがたちが悪いですわね。
I'm making a face like that?
自覚のないところがさらにたちが悪いですわ。
I hadn't seen Mina look exasperated in some time. I should be used to seeing her make that face at me, but I'd started looking at Mina in an entirely different light after telling her how I felt. But I was bewildered by it. What? Is something wrong?
あ、いえ、気になって。
About what?
あなたの手が。
A hand?
今朝、あなたが茜と一緒にいるところを見ましたの。茜があなたの手を取って走っていて、その様子を見た途端、胸の奥がモヤモヤして、今日はずっとそのことが頭から離れませんの。
It's like what happened before when Chiyoka had given me chocolate. She was jealous. Mina, here. Let's hold hands. Want to help you figure something out?
そんな気安く触れるなんて、恥ずかしいですわ。
When I saw how cute her reaction was, it made me want to embarrass her
もう、
more.
なんなんですの、ニヤニヤして。
There's a normal reaction for a man to have. Give this one up.
やっぱりあなたに余裕があるのが悔しいですわ。
I told you! It's not like that!
このままでは私の保険に関わりますわ。どうにかしてあなたをドキドキさせてみせます。
My goal had changed. This was kind of amusing, so I may as well go play along. What will you do to me?
どうですの？
Oh, I got it. She was staring.
そんなに見つめないでください
Aw. Crashed and burned in seconds. What the heck? This was absolutely adorable.
まし。まだまだですわ。この程度で諦めてたまるものですか。
Good luck, Mina.
次の作戦はこれですわ。あら、おかしいですわね。男性に効果があると聞いていたのに。
She's trying to do the tsundere? Oh, this only starts to have an effect when a mature woman does it to you.
そうでしたのね。それなら仕方が。って今私のことをバカにしましたわね。
No, no, would never dream of it.
どうせ私は子供っぽいですわよ。
It was adorable how she got, and it certainly got my heart pumping.
仕方ありませんわ。最終手段を使うしかないですわね。
Sure, show me what you got.
いきますわよ。これが今の私の全力ですわ。
She got right in front of me, and then firmly clenched my hand. Felt some softness against the palm of my hand as well as between my fingers.
れでどうですの？
She looked up at me as she blushed. Just how cute could that gesture and her expression get? Yep, my heart's racing.
本当ですの？
Want to listen to my heart and make sure for yourself?
結構ですわ。そんなことをされたら私、
Like to make your heart race too, though?
今でも十分ドキドキしてますわ。
Can I check for myself?
どのように確かめるつもりですの？
Can I hug you?
ダメだと言っていますでしょう。
Darn, no good.
結局、私の方がドキドキさせられるんですのね。
I'm telling you, it's not like that.
そんなことありますわ。あなたのことが気になってずっと考えてしまって眠れないくらいですもの。
Motherfucker spilled a little bit. Huh, so you are the same as me. Can't stop thinking about you, and it's been hell trying to get any sleep lately. Same as you are. Neither of us is any worse off.
そうですのね。
Why'd you think you were worse off than I was?
私にとっては初めての経験ばかりですし、あなたは女性に慣れているでしょ？
No, not at all.
そんなことありますわ。あなたの周りにはいつも女性がいるじゃありませんの。お姉様、エロいな、キサキさん、相馬さん、それにアカネもあなたを慕ってますわよね。この寮にいるのは女性ばかりですけど、あなたは誰に対してもわけ隔てなく仲良くしていますわ。
When you put it that way, you could be right.
あなたが他の女性と仲良くしているところを見ると胸が苦しくなってダメなんですの。
That was all the confirmation I needed. She really was jealous.
ですから私ばかりこんな気持ちになっているのかと思うと悔しいですわ。
You might get mad at me if I say this.
はい。
Knowing you feel that way makes me really happy.
私が苦しんでいる姿を見て喜ぶなんて趣味が悪いですわ。
No, not like that. It makes me happy that you got jealous.
嫉妬？
You obviously wouldn't feel that way if you didn't think anything of me, right?
こんな気持ち確かに今まではありませんでしたわ。
Yeah, if you turn it around, then you could. And you could see I'm in the same position as you.
そうなんですの？
The idea of you being friendly with another guy, that irritates me just to picture it.
何を言ってますの？仮にそのようなことがあったとしても私は。
That, right there. What you're feeling right now is exactly what I'm talking about. Start to panic and deny it the second I mentioned feeling irritated, right? That's how I've been feeling too. That's why I'm happy, since you seem to think of me that way.
それはそうなんでしょうか。
You have the same feelings I do, then I think it must be.
もう少し考えてみますわ。
Only Mina knew what was inside her heart. No matter what anyone else said, myself included, she would ultimately be the one to decide.
それと明日からしばらくの間マナー講座をお休みさせてもらえませんか？
Huh? Why?
個人的に時間を使いたいことがあるんですの。もうすぐですから。
I couldn't figure what she meant by watching her eyes flit to the calendar. Valentines was around the corner, so she must have wanted to get ready. Got it. Once your schedule frees up, were you still willing to give my lesson? Would you still be willing to give me lessons? I think it should be.
ええ、もちろんですわ。では、今日はこれで失礼しますわね。
Sure. Good night, Mina. My heart's pounding. I tried so hard to make keep up appearances so she wouldn't notice. Being alone in my room always make me so nervous. Surely she'd seen right through me, and imagine my flushed cheeks didn't help with that. She'd had her hands full with her own concerns. I'm happy but drained. No, the draining happens later in the route.
私と同じ。
When I rekindled his words in my mind, my expression naturally relaxed.
こんなところ、お姉様には絶対に見せられませんわね。とてもみっともない顔をしてますもの。
I reflected on everything that had happened between us. The things he said or did, the way he made my heart race, so the way he teased me. Should have made me mad, but I couldn't deny how happy I was.
彼も赤くなってましたわね。
I've been trying so hard to hide it, but something about it was adorable. I could tell these special feelings were growing stronger all the time. It was such a joyous thing.
今日はよく眠れそうですわ。
After all, I had to start going all out to prepare as of tomorrow. I had to make sure I was in perfect health.
夢の中でも会えるといいですわね。
I would go to rest with that wish in mind. Yeah, that last... After thinking something like that, should realize, like,
ゴールデンタイム。
yeah, that's probably it.
おや、今日はすっきりした顔をされていますね。
Something great happened yesterday, and I finally got a good night's rest.
よかったね、オーロ。で、そのいいことって、カミニャン絡み？
Well, yeah.
もしかして、お付き合いを始めたのかしら？
No, we haven't gotten that far yet.
そこまでということは、少なからず進展はあったということですね。
いいね、いいね。その、ちょびーっとずつ関係進めてく感じ、キュンキュンしちゃう。みんなの様子も気になるわ。エル、わかる？
は、少々お待ちくださいませ。
I quickly slipped away and sent instruction to who knows where. Someone's definitely gonna spill the beans at this rate.
見守りつつ応援してあげたいんじゃん。友情、友情。
All you want is a cheap laugh.
違うってば。三面の悪魔が泣いちゃうくらいの熱い友情パワーだって。
シルビー様、確認が取れました。カミナル様も機嫌がよろしいようです。
そうなのね。オーラとますます仲良しになったということかしら。ますます仲良し。わお、意味深。ん？特に深い意味はないのだけれど、日本では何か深い意味があるのかしら。
There's that! You don't need to worry about it!
市松殿、感謝します。妃殿は自重してくださいと何度言えば。
で？
ごまかされませんよ。マナー講座が必要なのは市松殿ではなく妃殿の気がしてきました。
軽いおたわむれですわよ、エロイナさん。
失礼ですが、妃殿には似合いませんね。
なんですと？そうね、レーナらしくないわ。レーナは元気のいいところが魅力なんだから、おしとやかなのはダメよ。私、貴族には向いてないんか。
Anyway, I said you're on this side of the fence.
まあね、堅苦しいのはごめんですわ。
話を戻しましょう。カミナル様のご様子ですが、もう一点。
There's more.
何かを思い出しているのか、時折唐突に笑みを浮かべているようですね。
ミナが？ほうほう、それはいいことですな。
What do you mean?
だってさ、オーラも今日そんな感じだもん。
ですね。授業中も突然笑顔を浮かべてましたね。
オーラすごいわ。あの真面目なミナが人前で表情を崩すなんて。
Sylvia over here like, damn, bro! Huh? Really?
ソルティレージュにいた頃のカミナル様ではまず考えられませんね。
ミナはね、本当に素直で真面目な子なの。私の自慢の妹よ。 シルビー、どうしたの急に。陰で努力をして表にはその苦労を出さない、そんなミナがオーラと出会ってどんどん変わってる。とっても可愛い女の子にね。
That's a good thing.
私はいいことだと思ってるわ。
You could tell Sylvie was being honest, purely by her crystal clear smile. We'll see. I'll take that as a compliment.
あら、照れない照れない。
Leave me alone. Sylvie and Elle were both smiling. My attempts to hide my embarrassment didn't seem to be getting through to them at all. I mean, what else could I do? Sylvie's comments and smile truly made me happy.
あれ、何やってんのお前。
I was thinking of going on a quick after-meal walk. Ran into Rhea in the lobby. She was walking towards her rooms. I guess she'd just gotten back in from outside. You don't go out all that often yourself. What's up?
今帰ってきたの。彩香がいろいろ細けえから。
I imagine it's Maria related, so Chugosaki's got my vote.
クソが。敵しかいねえな、ここ。
Are you doing okay health-wise?
うん、まあな。喉の調子がいまいちなくらい。
That sounds serious, Chugasaki. Get her to the hospital stat.
だー、呼ぶな、めんどくせえ。リア、病院って聞こえたけど、大丈夫？お前も聞きつけてきてんじゃねえよ。なんともないの？なんでもねえよ。こいつが騒いでるだけ。
But it's your throat to be awful. The thing that produces that singing voice of yours is in a bad shape.
ああ、もううぜえ。こいつどうにかしてくれ。落ち着きなさい。リアの喉は少しずつ調子を戻してる最中よ。
You mean it?
市松さんに嘘をついてどうするの？
You'll bring my Maria back?
お前のじゃねえよ。今日もそのための打ち合わせよ。リアは乗り気じゃなかったけど。だって長えんだもん。仕方ないでしょ。いろいろと段取りが必要なんだから。
What a relief. If Maria's coming back to me, that fills me with hope to live.
だからお前のじゃねえっつってんだろ。春には復帰できるよう調整しています。分かったらおとなしく待ちなさい。
Chugasaki?
なんですか？
I'm putting all my faith in you and my entire reason for living rests on your shoulders.
別に市松さんのために頑張るわけではないですから。お、彩香のツンデレ久しぶりに見たな。私はツンデレじゃありません。だそうだ。残念だった。
What are you smirking for? I wasn't expecting Chugasaki to act all mushy.
ま、今はシルビーの妹しか見えてねえか。
Damn straight.
どうした彩香？いえ、少し不思議に思ったことがあるだけです。気にしないで。
There's nobody alive who wouldn't be curious about after hearing you say that.
気にしないで。
Alright.
行きましょう、リア。部屋まで送るわ。うん。じゃあな。
What the heck was that all about? Meanwhile, in the cave of evil.
なあ、彩香。不思議に思ったことってなんだよ。何よ、リアまで。大したことじゃないって言ったでしょ。いいじゃん、俺には教えてくれたって。まったく。市松さんの態度が気になっただけよ。態度？あんな風にまっすぐ好きだって言えることすごいなって思ったの。へえ。彩香が他人をそんな風に言うのって珍しいの。市松さんの場合は元の評価が低かったからそう思えるだけよ。はいはい、ツンツンデレデレ。もう、リア
That was actually like quite a nice little add-on scene for Ayaka's character. The fact that like we know that she struggles with that kind of stuff now after her route, and seeing her like genuinely like without being romantically interested in Oro, just hear him genuinely say he loves someone or something, and just be over here like that is, honest to God, really fucking respectable. Like, it's actually like a really nice moment for Ayaka's character, in my opinion. 7 more days until the promised day. with Mina. Doing my research ahead of time was important, so I decided to go out by myself today.
あれ、オーラどっか行くん？
Just making a quick trip into town. Need anything?
いいの？じゃあ、パティスリーエトワールのレアチーズケーキ！
What's that?
めっちゃ人気のケーキ屋さん！あそこのケーキ美味しいんだ。
Send me the details online. I'll grab one for you.
やったー！オーラ天使かよ！
Don't sweat it. I'm going out anyway. I better check the inside of the shop too. Looks like it makes. If it looked like they could make some decent tea, I could have it with a meal too.
ところで何しに行くの？買い物？
A preemptive inspection of next week's date.
わ、すげえ気合入ってんね。
I figured it couldn't hurt to be prepared for the worst case scenario.
神にゃんも幸せだね。
How so?
オーラが本気で向き合ってるからさ。レイナちゃん的にめっちゃ好印象。本気って相手に伝わるし、女の子としては嬉しいもんだよ。そう。
You think?
うんうん。頑張っといで。レイナママは応援してるぞ。
Sure, I'll bring you back that cheesecake.
先輩！レイナ先輩も、おはようございます。あや、あかねちんもお出かけ？はい、街までお出かけです。
You're going alone?
そうですね。スポーツショップに行くので、今回は一人でじっくり見てこようかと。
I was just about to head into town myself. Why don't we go together at least part way?
いいんですか？ありがとうございます、先輩。
Wanted to ask you a few things on the way there anyway. Alright, shall we?
行きましょう。クラスでのカミナルさんですか？
Yep, her. Can I ask what she's like? I want to know about Mina I didn't normally get to see. Talk about the lucky break. I figured Akane would be the best person to ask since they were classmates.
そうですね。
They were class?
院長さんみたいな感じです。
Mean she's a mediator for everyone else?
はい。クラスの院長は別にいるんですけど、その子もカミナルさんに頼っちゃってますね。
Yeah, that sounds about right.
すごいんですよ。どんなことでもあっという間に解決しちゃうんですから。少し前の話なんですけど、クラスでちょっとしたいじめがあったことが発覚したんですよ。そこにカミナルさんが颯爽と現れてスパッと解決。
Yeah, that sounds like something she'd do.
ガバッと背中の桜吹雪を見せながら、この背中に咲いた桜吹雪がてめえらの悪事をちゃんとお見通しなんでって素敵でした。
You sure that wasn't a dream? That seriously happened?
ちょっと思っちゃいました。でもあの時のカミナルさんは本当にかっこよくて、まさにお奉行様みたいでした。
I bet Mina is cool.
はい、私もそう思います。
She always held her head up high with unwavering determination. That fearlessness only made her cuter in my eyes, especially when she got shy or pouty around me.
でも最近はぼーっとしてることが多いんですよ。
Really?
私、カミナルさんと席が近いんですよ。だから授業中にちらっと様子が見えるんですけど、物思いにふけってると思ったら突然ニコニコし始めて、笑ってると思ったら突然照れたりして、落ち着かないっていうか、そわそわしてることが多いんです。
Interesting.
先輩、私も聞いていいですか？
What?
先輩とカミナルさんの噂、すごい出回ってますけど、どれが本当なのかなって。
Yeah, what kind of rumors?
二人は付き合ってるとか、将来を約束したとか、その、もうエッチしちゃったとか。
What?
噂ですよ。噂ですけど、本当だったら、
Our relationship's not like that yet.
そうなんですか。なんだ。
I wondered why she sounded so disappointed just now. I was gonna scout out for our date today as our relationship could veer in that direction.
そういうことなんですね。了解です。
Do you have any suggestions?
私ですか？そんなハイカラなところ知りませんよ。
Debonair. That went beyond dated and straight into fossil territory.
でも、クラスや寮で話題になってるところなら少しはわかりますけど。
That should be fun. Anywhere interesting would be helpful.
そうですね。最近は映えな写真が撮れるお店の話をよくしてますけど。
I don't think Mina's on the gram. That's not gonna work. Any pictures uploaded online of Mina would need to be deleted immediately, so a nice quiet day spot was ideal.
私、休日もあまり出歩いたりしないですから。
Oh, really?
トレーニングしてるとお休みの日って終わっちゃうんです。どうしてでしょうね。
You work too hard.
それほどでも。
That's not a compliment.
あれ
Thanks, Akanen. This gives me something to work with.
いえいえ、あまりお役に立てませんでしたけど。
Wandered around town for a while and I marked down a few places.
では、私はこれで失礼しますね。
Have a good time. See you later at the dorm.
また後ほど。
Akanen really was a big ball of energy, and being around her pepped me up too. Now then, let's look around a bit longer. To be blunt, none of the date spots I looked at sat well with me. Mina probably wouldn't mind either way, but I didn't want her to settle for anything subpar. Some uniquely Japanese. Since I was Japanese, that only made this more complicated. Couldn't quite come up with what seemed Japanese. Something must sound good. Poster hung up on the front of the store caught my eye. Oh, a festival. Festivals held on temple grounds were a staple of Japanese summers. There were certainly a few exceptions over the winter months. I've gone to a festival in the winter. I think this would work out perfectly for our date, though. Even better, the event was scheduled for next Sunday. It was held just for our date. Being held just for our date. Alright, I'll take a picture of the photo there. Hoped it would be well received and ask Raina for her advice. After everything I'd looked at, this was my #1 pick. Alright, guess I'll swing by and grab that cheesecake if you want it. Here's the no-bag cheesecake, you want it?
おお、本当に買ってきてくれたん？
It's really popular right now, apparently. There was a long line.
やっぱ休日だと並ぶよね。マジであんがと。
And the Raina her food. Alright, now you've got your food, I need your advice.
は？何これ賄賂？
Let's just call it even.
そんなことしなくても相談くらい乗ってあげるのに。それとも何？なんかまずい話でもすんの？
It's nothing like that, but whatever. Look at this.
何これ？
I spotted this in town earlier. I'm thinking of going here for our date next week.
縁日か。いいじゃん。神にゃん絶対喜ぶって。
Think so too?
初詣行った時もめっちゃ喜んでたじゃん。あん時とはまた違う楽しみ方ができると思うし。
That's true. It'll be my first winter festival too. It's gonna be great.
何より今度はオーロと二人きりだもんね。
Hopefully she feels the same way about it.
せっかくだし着物用意してもらったら？シルビーに協力してもらえばなんとかなるっしょ。
Now I'll go without.
なんで？
Because it'll look like we're on a coming of age trip if she wears one.
そうだね。
As cute as it would be ideal if we wore ordinary clothes on our date. Alright, I'm gonna pick this place then. Thanks for all the help.
いいってことよ。ケーキ分のアドバイスができたかはわからんけど。そうだ。ついでに縁結びしてくるといいんじゃない？確かそこ、縁結びの神社だったはずだし。
Really? It's hard to tell which one was which with how many shrines there were in the area. But it was good intel all the
神
same.
にゃんとの縁、結べるといいね。
I'll make sure to tie the knot one way or another. I was positive the tips of our threads were already joined, so what was left was to finish forming the knot. If at all possible, Mina.
金色ラブリッチェ、ゴールデンタイム。
Well, I guess I'll eat here today. I was on the way to the school store over lunch break. Mina.
ごきげんようですわ。
What is it? You're doing that here too?
その、お昼をご一緒に、どうかと思いまして。
With me?
他にも、お姉様やエロイナと一緒できればと。
Getting to eat lunch with Mina was better than I could ask for. Probably be pushing my luck if I insist on having lunch alone with her. I was thinking of having bread for lunch. I'll head to the school store, so could you wait with Sylvie and Elle?
でしたら、ご心配には及びませんわ。私、多めに準備してきましたから。
There were several helpings of sandwiches in her basket. Oh, they look great.
男性はたくさん食べますのでしょう。これでは足りないかもしれませんけど。
Is it okay if I have some?
もちろんですわ。私だけではとても食べきれない量ですもの。
Seriously, I'm super happy.
それは良かったですわ。
Why don't we head back to Sylvie and Elle? They're waiting for me anyway.
あら、早かったわね、オーラ。ミナじゃない。
He just comes in. I have acquired a companion.
オーロ、まさか今日のお昼はカミニャンを食べちゃうつもり？食べちゃう？
一罰殿、そこに直りなさい。
It's not like that! Elle, stop taking Reina's joke seriously already!
万が一のことを考えてしまいまして、癖のようなものです。
私も一緒に昼食をいただいてもよろしいでしょうか？もちろんよ。来てくれて嬉しいわ、みんな。ほい、カミニャン。この机と椅子使いな。ありがとうございます。
一松殿？見たところパンを買ってきていないようですが。
Mina offered to share the sandwiches she had.
なるほど。
Like, it always becomes the funniest the moment Elle joins in. Because it's like, yes, even she was tempted.
なんですの、その笑顔は。
Don't worry, they're like this every day. You get used to it eventually.
見せ物のようで落ち着きませんわ。カミナル様がいる。今日はどうされたのですか？うちのクラスでお昼ですか？私たちもご一緒していいですか？ええ、構いませんわ。やったー！ソルティレージュのお姫様2人とお昼なんて一生ものの思い出だわ。後で一緒に写真撮ってもらってもいいでしょうか？私も。もうマストで髪の毛もっとちゃんとしてこればよかった。
皆さん、写真は構いませんが、ネットにアップするのはお控えください。
はーい。シルビア様と同じように気をつけまーす。
Got rather lively all of a sudden, didn't it?
オールと一緒に食べたかっただけですのに。やっぱり教室でというのは人が多くて難しいですのね。カミニャンさん、難しい顔をしてますな。なんですの？リラックス。そんな顔してると可愛い顔が台無しだぞ。別に怒ってなど。カミニャンめっちゃやわっこい。ふにじゃん。やめてくださいまし。そんなところを触らないで。うほほー、赤ちゃん肌ってやつかな。ふに。くすぐった。やめてください。本当に。
妃殿、セクハラはおやめください。
だってエルチン、本当にすごいんだって。奇跡 きのしっとりすべすべ赤ちゃん肌。そうなのよね。ミナのほっぺ、すっごく気持ちいいのよ。お姉様ダメですわ、そんな。すべすべ。すべすべ。助けて。
お二人とも正気に戻ってください。
あはは、つい。ごめんよ、神にゃん。久しぶりに満たされたわ。ミナはなかなか体に触らせてくれないから。お姉様相手でも恥ずかしいですし、必要ないじゃありませんの。あら、スキンシップは大切よ。私たちは姉妹なんだから。
シルビー様、ご自重ください。カミナル様が嫌がっておられるでしょう。
なんか、普通に仲のいい姉妹って感じ。
王女という身分はあれど、年頃の女性です。国ではなかなか会う機会がない分、高揚してしまうのは仕方ないでしょうね。
王女様も大変ですわね。私たちと気軽に話してくれるってだけでも、普通ならありえない話だもんね。それな。みんなで拝んどこっか。ははー。どうしたの急に。シルビーは気にしなくていいよ。そうなの？私らが勝手にやってるだけだからね。ま、そういうことで、お昼にしよっか。お腹ペコペコペコリン。私も、いただきまーす。私たちもいただきましょう。
Is it okay for me to have some of your sandwiches?
どうぞ。
By the way, did you make these yourself?
そうですわ。形が不揃いなところは目をつむってくださいまし。
Sure, I'll take this one and...
一口で全部。
Delicious! No, Mina had made these by hand. Make them 3 times tastier.
本当ですの？
Ah, these are the daisy sandwiches I've ever eaten.
そんな大げさですわ。いいなあ、市松くん。私もカミナル様のサンドイッチ食べたい。構いませんわよ。皆さんで食べましょう。いいの？マジで？私も一ついただきますわ。マストで美味しそう。いただきまーす。私も食べる。卵サンド超好き。ミナのお手製サンドイッチ、私もいただくわね。はあ。美味しいわ。
新鮮な野菜を使ってバランスよく栄養を取れるように考えられていますね。見事です。
エロいな。分析するのはおやめなさい。
申し訳ありません。つい。
Wait, you guys are really jawing them down.
だって美味しいんですもの。王女様のお手製サンドイッチなんてこの先食べる機会ないもん。ですわね。もう一ついただきますわ。マストで美味しい。
Well, of your own meals, there won't be enough left for me.
ほい。私のパン1個あげる。私も梅干しあげる。はい、卵焼きですわ。どうぞお召し上がりになって。お漬物、ほら美味しいよ。
What's to do with this poorly assorted boxed lunch?
仕方がありませんね。私たちからもこちらを進呈しましょう。
What's this?
A5 ランクの和牛よ。冷めても美味しいの。
Some told me this just made it even more imbalanced. Oh well, this works. I'll load all of this first. Up first. There. Munch, gobble, chew, chew, gulp. Okay, next up I'll eat Mina sandwiches.
おー、さすが男子。オーロすげえ。ほんと美味しそうに食べるわよね。私、オーロが食べてるところを見るの大好きよ。
Oh, watch so much! It's embarrassing!
シルビア様の言う通りかも。いっぱい食べる男の子ってなんか可愛いよね。
It's like the whole class is just gonna witness increasing jealousy in Mina and be like, oh, we should have left them alone, shouldn't we?
いや、野蛮じゃないですこと。 品のない庶民って感じがしますわ。マストでわかる。
I know I don't have the best table manners, but Mina's been helping me with that.
そういやそうだった。最近はどうなん？ええ。基本的な食事マナーでしたら、おそらくは大丈夫ですわ。市松くんがお上品に想像できないんだけど。と言いますか。少しおかしいですわね。
That's true. I'm a capable man when I put my mind to it.
じゃあ今度、うちでお食事会をしましょうか。みんなでディナーをしましょう。シルビア様とディナーできるなら、ぜひご一緒したい。エル、どうかしら。
スケジュールを調整していけば。そうですね。来月には可能かと。
いいお肉、期待してもいい？もちろんよ。楽しみだわ。
Sylvie's place sounded great, but I was more interested in the lunch in front of me. Time to begin to Mina's sandwiches. Mina, thank you. They tasted great.
いえ、皆さんにも好評のようでしたし、何よりですわ。
I gave Mina my impressions and thanked for the sandwiches as I escorted her back to her classroom. If you don't mind me asking, why did you go to all the trouble of making those sandwiches?
その、ゆうべ、あなたに何かできることはないかと考えまして。
And that's why you made me lunch? Well, look praiseworthy. I thought that Mina liked to take care of others, but who knew she had such a devoted side?
ご迷惑でなくて、ほっとしましたわ。
You're never a bother. I'm so happy, I wish I could ask you to make me lunch every day.
そうですの。
That was a joke.
そうですの。
Mina had changed a lot recently. She was much more expressive now than she was before. And the cute faces she made often put me in a real bind. I'm sure there would be a huge pain and that you've got a lot on your plate right now. So I can't ask you to do something like that.
それは。
Really appreciate the sentiment. Thank you, Mina.
はい。それではまた後ほど。寮で。
Saw Mina off. Okay, guess I'll head back. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. There were only 5 more days until our date. Every single day had felt long recently. I was glad I got the chance to see Mina during lunch today, but it wasn't enough. I want to see her more often. I want to talk to her. I would have thought I'd end up thinking this way. Whenever I was alone in my room, my feelings towards Mina grew uncontrollably stronger. With that said, this wasn't exactly a time I could go out for a walk. Wish tomorrow would hurry up and get here. Meanwhile, in the Cave of Evil.
いよいよ明日ですわ。
This one isn't the Cave of Evil. That one's a rig. So I guess this one is like, what other caves are there? I don't fucking know. Seath Water Cave. Cope Water Cave. Now that the chocolate was done, I need to focus all my energy on preparing myself emotionally. My emotions have been in a whirlwind as of late.
私の気持ち、きちんと整理して伝えないと。
But just ached when I thought about him and I could not relax. When I tried to put my feelings into words, my heart throbbed.
言葉にできるのでしょうか。
Could I speak honestly when I was in front of him? Not as Caminal-Route Pultaya Sortile Sisua, but as a woman, as Mina.
明日は私の人生で初めての銀色ラブリッジゴールデンタイム。はい、オーラハッピーバレンタイン。
Oh, thank you, Sylvie.
僭越ながら私からも。市松殿、どうぞ。
I appreciate it all.
エルにも私からハッピーバレンタイン。
私ですか？そんなシルビー様からいただくなんて恐れ多い。
もうそんなに固く考えないで。これはね、友チョコっていうものなんですって。
友チョコ。
It's not uncommon for close friends to exchange chocolates these days.
友達など最 らに恐れ多い。
いいからいいから。日頃の感謝も込めて、エルに送りたいの。
シルビア様
She's so happy she's crying.
必ずご期待に応えてみせます。それから後ほど私からもお返しのチョコをお渡しいたします。
楽しみに待ってるわ。オーラからのお返しは来月よね。とっても楽しみだわ。
Talk about pressure. What kind of chocolate could I possibly give a princess?
おはよう。寒寒。おはようレイナ。はい。私からハッピーバレンタインよ。ありがとうシルビー。めっちゃ嬉しい。どういたしまして。私からも。はい。シルビーとエルチンにチョコあげる。ありがとうレイナ。
これも友チョコというものでしょうか。
私的にはガチチョコでもいいけど。
I ship it.
何を言っているのですか。
冗談冗談。友達として受け取っといて。
まったく。ありがとうございます、妃殿。私からも後ほどお返しをさせていただきましょう。
エルチンはホワイトデーにお返しちょうだいよ。その方が似合ってるんじゃない？
は？どういうことでしょうか。
女の子にモテる女の子はその方が喜ばれるんだよ。エルチンはそういうタイプ。
はあ。ではそのようにさせていただきましょう。
オーラもはいこれ。バレンタインチョコだよ。
Thank you. Oh, this one's cute.
ボンボンショコラってやつ。おしゃれで可愛いっしょ。
I'm definitely gonna eat these.
あさってまで取っといてくんない？
Why?
私も食べたいから。
Well, I guess that was fine.
あやか、ちょっといいかしら。
Sylvie called out to Chokosaki, who happened to be passing close by.
はい。何かしら、クルスクラウンさん。ハッピーバレンタイン？チョコを受け取ってもらえるかしら。私に？ええ。あやかも私の大切なお友達ですもの。ありがとうございます。どういたしまして。なんですか？どうして私を見てるの？
I was just wondering if you were gonna give me chocolate too.
ごめんなさい、市松さん。私、男性にチョコを送るのをお医者様に止められていますので。
As quickly as ever, I wish you'd do a slightly better job at disliking me.
オーロはお返し大変そうだね。期待しちゃってもいい？
Well, not you. You literally said like, oh, by the way, leave those chocolates for tomorrow because I want some of them as well.
私も楽しみにしてるわ。オーロのことだから、きっとびっくりするようなお返しを考えてくれるはずよ。
You all are expecting way too much from me.
日本では3倍返しというのが基本だとか。市松殿、期待してますよ。
Come on, you two will.
男の子は大変だね。
I'll try to do what I can, but I don't want to hear any complaints, okay? I was grateful for the chocolate, but I was far more interested in tonight's main event, Mina's chocolate. I can't wait.
この X の値を Y に代入して解をまとめると
Today's lesson went through one ear and out the other. Studying wasn't important to me at the moment. The girl in my heart was more important to me than anything else. Wonder if I'll get to accept her feelings along with it. I don't know why I suddenly have like Total Eclipse of the Heart playing in my head. This is really weird. Her behavior changed. As long as I saw her acting this way, then I had to imagine there was a chance. The end of this long day was approaching. Polished off my dinner, not even very sure of how it tasted, then waited in my room for the time to come. I wasn't sure how many minutes or hours had passed while I waited. Then all of a sudden came the sound I had been anxiously waiting for. Come in and
失礼しますわ。
the person I had been waiting for all day had arrived. Welcome, Mina.
準備に少々手間取ってしまって遅くなりましたわ。まずはこちらをお渡ししますわね。約束した通りバレンタインのチョコですわ。
She wasn't exactly curt, but she did seem indifferent. Thank you.
どうかしまして？
Nah, you just seem oddly calm
こ
somehow.
れくらい普通ですわ。
Seemed calmer than usual, rather way more calm than necessary. Can I open it?
それ
Should I not?
はその後にしていただけますと。
Rep. I tore off the wrapping paper and found a cute card inside. Found a card inside.
まだ読んじゃダメですの。
Whoa!
その手紙は後で読んでくださいまし。
Got it! I'll read it later!
まだ読んでないですわよね。
I didn't, I swear.
それならいいですわ。
Listen, Mina.
何ですの？
I cannot say that I'm mind disposition, but it could be problematic for other reasons.
あ、
Part of me felt lonely yet relieved. My heart rang out from a different sort of tension when I hugged her.
ごめんなさい。私失礼なことを。
Now don't worry about it. I did something similar before, so we're even. She blushed bright red and hung her head. How is this girl so freaking cute?
まだですわ。このくらいで動揺するわけにはいきませんの。私の話を聞いていただけますか？
Sure.
少し長くなるかもしれませんけど、あなたの気持ちに対する答えを考えてきましたの。最後まで聞いていただけますか？
You got it. Would she or wouldn't she accept my feelings? I emotionally braced myself.
私、ずっと考えていて、この気持ちが恋なのかどうか、正直言って、私にはまだわかりませんの。ですが、あなたのことを思うと、ドキドキしてしまって、眠れないこともありましたわ。先ほど渡したチョコも、先日のサンドイッチも、作っている間、ずっとあなたのことを考えてましたわ。喜んでくれるか不安で、怖くて。でも、勇気を出して作ったんですのよ。手作りのものを食べてくれて、美味しいって喜んでくれて、あの時の気持ちは今でも忘れませんわ。誰かが喜んでくれるのがこんなにも嬉しいなんて、初めてでしたの。
I see. So you felt the same way I did.
あなたの笑顔は本当に不思議ですわ。最初は何とも思いませんでしたのに、いつの間にか私の心に居ついてしまって、お姉様よりも深い場所にいる殿方なんて、あなたが初めてですわ。
It's because I wanted to make a place for myself in your heart. I wanted to be your number one.
今思えば、あの言葉がきっかけだったのでしょうね。あの日からずっと、私はあなたのことばかりを思ってきましたもの。それくらい考えて、ようやくほんの少しだけ答えが出ましたわ。
I'd love to know what your answer is.
私は、あなたと一緒にいたい。一緒にいて、この気持ちが何なのかを知る必要があると思いますの。ですから、これからもあなたと、オールと一緒にいさせてくださいまし。
Goes without saying. Enough that I'd love it. I'd love to be the one to ask that of you. Our intense and wavering gaze felt as though we would be sucked into each other's eyes. The brave facade quickly faded away and left a shy young woman in its wake. This was the Mina I had fallen for. Thank you. Makes me happy to hear how you feel.
まだはっきりとはわかりませんわ。私自身、わからないことだらけで。
Yeah. So we just have to figure it out together. There's tons I don't know and understand when it comes to love too. As far as that goes, I think it's fine if we figure it out together going forward. I love you, Mina. His reaction had me convinced. I think that Mina cared about me even a little was enough for now. Gotta make those feelings a little clearer to you this weekend. Birthday celebration. It's early, but I'm gonna use our day off to show you around.
私の誕生日。なるほど。そういうことでしたのね。
Her face grew pink and said,
はい。期待してますわ。金色ラブリッチェ、ゴールデンタイム。
It was Mina's birthday this week. Fortunately, it fell on a weekday, and I didn't like the idea of celebrating her birthday after the day had already passed. After some discussion, we decided to celebrate her birthday a few days earlier on our day off. I'm really nervous. I feel so tense if this were any other ordinary outing. There was only one reason I was so on edge. I feel like I absolutely scheduled school up. I want to show her a good time. And with it, I wanted her to see me as a man. Show feelings for me. I wonder if she's almost here. Her meet-up time was drawing near. Just one person I couldn't imagine being late, so I was sure she'd turn up soon enough.
お待たせいたしましたわ。
Oh yeah, you're right on time.
もっと早く来るつもりでしたけど、心の準備に時間がかかりましたの。デートとして最初から出かけるのは初めてですから。
I see. Yeah, that's true. She'll beat red and hung her head. Adorable. Shall we then? Yeah, take my hand. Got to escort a princess, isn't that right?
こういう時だけ調子いいですわね。
She softly put her hand in mine. I was gonna give it my all today, so I never had to let go of her warm hand.
今日はどちらへ？
We'll just have to sit and see. We'll
教え
just
て
have to
くれ
wait
て
and
もいい
see.
じゃありませんの。
Nope, it's a secret. Let me handle everything with that. Let's celebrate your birthday.
そうでしたわね。私の誕生日を祝ってくれるんですものね。
I don't know how you celebrate your birthdays in sortilege, so it may not be all that luxurious. Just make it a day you'll never forget.
言い切りますのね。
Yeah, more or less.
不思議ですわ。どこからその自信が出てくるのでしょう。
From my love for you.
ですから、あまり恥ずかしいことを言わないでくださいまし。
Made that comment out of the blue, knowing full well I'd get that sort of reaction out of
オ
her.
ーラは本当に意地が悪いですわね。
Yeah, that's totally it.
はい？
I can't tell you how happy it made me when you started calling me by my first name.
いつまでも名前を呼ばないのは失礼ですし、オーラのこと、私も名前で呼びたかったんですわ。
Holy crap, I was gonna die by cuteness overload. I could take away the rose-colored glasses from my love for her, and she'd still be bursting with sheer adorableness.
なんですの、ニヤニヤするのをやめてくださいまし。
Nah, you're just too cute.
締まりのない顔をするのはみっともないですわよ。
Sorry, I'll make sure to be serious while I show you around.
疑わしいですわ。
Aww. I really should try to regain her trust. Now then, gotta get her to believe in me. I'm the only one who gets to see me this way, Mina.
はい？
Do this with anyone else. Only with someone special. Huh, Mina?
疑いがさらに深まりましたわ。
Why?
今日のデートで しっかりと信頼に足るところを見せていただきたいですわ。
Got it, I'll do just that. The time and scenery all slowly passed by as I walked at Mina's pace. Although it wasn't far to get where we were going, I wanted to have a fun time talking to her. We arrived at the place we'd be celebrating her birthday.
これでこの風船を釣ればいいんですのね。
That's a bit of leg. I've been watching too many videos by Magic Echo. Gaze into her eyes. That's the wrong scene. There we go. Yes, I do just have a scene prepared, which is literally just a webcam. Funnily enough, it completely mirrors the webcam, though. Like, you see, now my back is to the right, and the moment I press on scene 3, it's to the left. Anyways.
なんですの？
Steer.
ですから、なんですの？
Steer.
そんなに見つめないでくださいまし。
She was overcome with embarrassment.
今日のデートでしっかりと信頼に足るところを見せて。
Squeeze her hand softly.
そんなにギュッと手を。
Should I not?
ダメではありませんけれど。
Let me hold your hand nice and snugly then.
はい、お願いいたしますわ。
Crap, my heart was pounding like crazy.
ほら、顔が赤くなってますわよ。
Since my heart's racing. This was a double-edged
今
sword.
日のデートで
Just that, and then we get to the date.
これでこの風船を釣ればいいんですのね。
Yeah, that's the idea. It looks simple, but it's surprisingly difficult.
大丈夫ですわ。こう見えて私、手先は器用ですのよ。
She took on the water balloons with ample enthusiasm.
この持ち手の部分は紙でできてますのね。
It loses strength when it gets wet, so it'll tear when you add the water balloons
ス
weight.
リリングな遊びでもありますのね。
Give it a try first, so you get a feel
そ
for
ん
it.
なもの必要ありませんわ。一回で決めてみせますの。
Ooh, wow, let me see what you've got. First, she observed closely. She should be a beginner, but she was so focused she exuded the air of an
簡
expert.
単に釣れそうなのはこれですわね。
A red balloon was floating in front of her. She had a good eye. She played her cards right. That balloon did look simplest.
ゆっくり針に引っ掛けて釣り上げれば。
Ooh, the handle got a little wet, but you reeled it in.
思ったより簡単ですのね。このまま。
Snap.
あら、
Too bad. Maybe you tugged too hard.
もう一度ですわ。今度こそ絶対に釣り上げてみせますの。同じ風船を狙って慎重に針を引っ掛けて、今度はゆっくり。あれ、また切れてしまいましたわ。
See, difficult, right? It doesn't go well until you figure out the trick.
まだまだ諦めませんわ。もう一度。
Ah, she was all fired up. Yeah, that did sound like her, given how competitive she could be.
狙いを変えますわ。冷静に落ち着いて、髪をできるだけ濡らさないように、力をかけないようにして慎重 緒に。
Snap.
この髪弱すぎるんじゃありませんの？
You'll lose every time you get worked up over it, Mina.
そうですわね。私としたことが、落ち着きましょう。行きますわ。
Oops. She pulled herself together and went for it for a fourth time. I could sense Mina's determination when she reached out for the first water
まっ
balloon.
すぐ沈めるからダメなんですわ。ということは、横からアプローチして、
Oh, looking good.
じっくりチャンスを伺うんですのよ。
I was glad she'd come here after seeing how serious she was acting over water balloon
ちょ
fishing.
っとだけ揺らしてゴムに動きを。かかりましたわ。
Yeah, that looks good.
ゆっくりゆっくり揺らさないように釣り上げて。やりましたわ。ほらほら見てくださいまし。
Congrats, Mina. You scored your first water balloon.
なんでしょう、不思議とすごく嬉しいですわ。
It was positively over the moon. The smile alone made today's date all the more
コーラの
satisfying.
分も私が取ってみせますわ。
Huh? Another for
も
me.
ちろんですわ。せっかくですからチャレンジさせてくださいまし。
Alright, I'm counting on you for another one.
お任せでしてよ。次はそうですわね。あの辺りを狙ってみますわ。
Which?
あちらの赤い風船ですわ。
Oh, that's
せっ
it.
かくですから同じ色のものをゲットしたいんですの。
Would be a matching pair. Thought made me kind of eager.
新しいものに交換ではなく同じものを使い続けるんですのね。
Yep, people are good at this. Can apparently fish up multiples in a row.
水風船釣り極めたくなってきましたわ。
There's no reason to get too crazy with it, is there?
私中途半端は嫌いですの。やるならとことんまで突き詰めたいですわ。
Taking a full effort approach to everything was so like her.
もう一度慎重に髪を水に濡らさないように気をつけて。うまく引っかかりましたわ。あとはこれをゆっくり釣り上げて。
Snap.
また成功ですわ。ほら私上手なんじゃありません。
Yeah, you're super good. You caught onto the trick quickly.
我ながら完璧じゃありませんの。この調子で私が
Snap. Ah.
切れてしまいましたわ。
Because you let your guard down.
オロのために頑張ってますのに笑うなんてひどいですわ。
Oh no, I'm sorry. Couldn't help it, but you got really into it was all.
次こそ必ず連続で成功させてみせますわ。
Oh, isn't that a new
人
goal?
は常に変わっていくものですわ。目標も常に変化して当然ですの。
Oh, does that mean you're gonna try to fish up two in a row then?
ええ、目標を達成するまでここを動きませんわよ。
Fire had seemingly been ignited under her. I better keep her company for the time being. At water balloon fishing, we enjoyed candy apples, cotton candy, and other cheap temple fare staples. Thanks to experience with snacking on takoyaki before, she was able to eat them without any major hiccups. Coupled with the novelty of it all, we spent our entire day smiling from year to year.
あっという間でしたわね。
Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. We headed home together after sunset. The shadows were stretched out behind us, and as we made our way home at a leisurely pace.
日本のお祭りはあんな感じなんですのね。貴重な経験をさせていただきましたわ。
Was on a small site though. The bigger ones over the summer have the bigger ones there's bigger ones over the summer with the fireworks and stuff.
それは楽しみですわ。日本の花火はとても綺麗だと有名ですもの。
You aren't like that in Sortilege?
ええ。日本の花火は丸いのでしょ？
Round?
打ち上げられた花火の形ですわ。私たちのところでは花火は演出の一つとしての面が強いんですの。派手であることが第一で、見て楽しむものという感じではないですわね。
I get it, like the ones they set off after baseball games.
そもそも花火玉の形状から違っていますの。日本の花火は球形が多いそうですが。
Oh, wow, how about that?
それで、花火、オーロと一緒に見に行けると嬉しいですわ。
That's well off, but let's make a promise.
はい。オーロとの約束、必ず果たしますわ。
Alright, let's make our promise Japanese style. Would you put out your pinky?
ええ、これでよろしいんですの？
I wrapped my pinky around hers, then said the phrase I was so familiar with. Pink promise of a lie, I swallowed 1,000 needles till I die. It's a promise.
これが日本でする約束の方法なんですの？
It's a game of sorts that kids play all the time.
子供っぽいオーロにはお似合いですわ。
Given her physical appearance, it was overwhelmingly more appropriate for someone like her. Alright! Are you sure you're okay with what I got you for your birthday present? I brought up wanting to give her a birthday present. She thought of a minute, picked something on the spot, and said this will do.
これでいいですわ。
Her finger sat a toy ring worth only a few hundred yen. I bought it for her since she had picked it out, but I personally thought it was anticlimactic.
値段ではありませんもの。形としてオーロからいただいたものということが嬉しいんですわ。
Really? For sure it's okay.
そもそも私王女ですのよ。相応のものを贈ろうというのなら、それなりの値がしますわよ。
How much? Just to ask?
そうですわね。最低でも土地付きで家を建てるくらいは必要じゃないんですの？
No way, no way, no way. As if I was doing like like me could afford that.
分かってますわ。オーロの将来に期待する意味でも、今回はこの指輪を選ばせてもらいましたの。
Alright, so no pressure.
頑張ってくださいまし。
We continued our conversation. Topics varied quite a bit. Things that had been on our minds for ages, to sharing personal things we could only talk about now that we were on a date. No matter how much time we had to get to know each other, it would never be enough. Even at sunset, we paid it no mind and kept up our leisurely walk. No matter how slowly we walked, we would eventually reach our destination. We're here.
ええ、ついてしまいましたわね。
Better stop holding hands.
そうですわね。
I don't want to let go. I don't want to let go. I knew we felt the same without us having to say it to each other. You don't want to come to my room? I'll make drinks. Have a seat.
後で結構ですから、ここにいてくださいまし。
Sure. She tugged on me with her tiny hand and I sat next to her.
私、おかしいんですの。
Huh?
オールと離れたくない気持ちが、先ほどからどんどん大きくなって、今はほんの少しでも離れたくないんですの。ですから、そばにいてくださいまし。
Sure. I want to be with you too. We cuddled up. She leaned her small frame against me and gently held my
こう
hand.
していると、オールを感じて、とても安心しますわ。
Got some heart racing though.
私の方がずっとドキドキしてますわよ。
Didn't you feel peaceful?
安心とドキドキが一緒に生まれますの。こんな気持ち、初めてですわ。
Well then, I'll make your heart beat even harder. hugged her a bit forcefully. She plopped snugly into my arms. I felt how warm and soft she was.
オーラ、突然こんな私。
Mina, I feel the same. I don't want to be apart from you. I've wanted to do this for ages.
オーラ、
I love you, Mina.
私もオーラのことが好きなんだと今日自覚しましたわ。隣でオーロが笑ってくれる、それだけで私は幸せな気持ちになりますの。これが恋というものなんですのね。
That would be great if that were the case. Things must be of romantic love.
嬉しい。オーラの気持ちと言葉がこんなにも嬉しいなんて思いもしませんでしたわ。
Can't tell you how happy it makes me to hear you say that.
もうキリがないですわ。
For sure. That's strange. My heart should have been racing from the tension, anxiety, and countless other emotions I was feeling.
オーロは本当に不思議な方ですわ。
Am I?
ええ、今も私の心を、好きをどんどん大きくしてくれてますわ。1分1秒ごとにオーロをもっと好きになって離れたくなくなって、本当どうしてくれますの？
I could ask the same of you. I never thought I'd feel this way about you.
お互い様というわけですわね。
Guess that's how it would go. I couldn't stop these feelings. These feelings that spilled out from deep in my chest. These feelings of love. Our lips met. Mina eagerly pressed her lips back against mine. Sweet fragrance rushed directly into my brain and felt like every part of me was going to go numb.
キスしてしまいましたわ。
Kissing you feels really nice.
私もキスをした途端にオーロでいっぱいになって、とても満たされた気持ちになりましたわ。
Now you being filled with him happens later.
でももう物足りなくなってしまってますの。
She begged me as she blushed. This was against the rules. One more time then. It was like every nerve had focused on my lips. Her softness along with her even squishier lips felt fantastic. She and I both became utterly engrossed in our second kiss. My instincts were howling. What should I do to ask for more? Parted her lips with my tongue and she reacted with a startled jump. Wrapped around her tiny tongue for dear life in response. My mind was in a state of pure chaos from the overwhelming happiness and excitement I felt.
キスとはこんなにも気持ちのいいものなんですのね。
Same here. Lips are so sweet and soft I could get addicted to them.
何を言ってますの？
Mina's embarrassment only fanned the flames of my already burning desires.
オーラこそなんだか甘くていい匂いがして、癖になりそうではなくて癖になってしまいました。ですからもっとたくさんキスしてほしいですわ。
Fine with just kissing? I want you, Mina. Want to make Mina mine. I told her how I felt point blank.
それはつまり
Yeah, I want all of you. Want to do more erotic things with you. She hesitated for a moment, then said,
私もオーロとしたいですわ。
Meanwhile at the embassy, fucking... meanwhile at the embassy, just Elle just like raised her head in surprise. Sylvie's like, "What's wrong?" I know, I feel a disturbance. She squeezed my hand that rested on hers and gazed straight up at me.
結婚もまだなのにこんなこと。それがいけないことだと分かっていても、自分の気持ちが抑えられませんの。どういうことをするのか、あらかじめ勉強して、その覚悟は決めています。私をオーロに捧げさせて。
Like afterwards, he just sits on the bed, like lies in bed, like. So, I guess I should figure out a way to ask your parents for your hand before they murder me. She told me just how certain she felt. And then they fucked.
髪も OK。 ここは姿見がなくて困りますわ。
She took a quick shower and collected her clothes. Wanted to get in together, but she said it'd be too embarrassing and turned me down.
では私は部屋に戻りますわね。
Oh, you're leaving? Was convinced we would spend the night
明
together.
日も早いでしょ。朝まで一緒にいたら茜に見つかってしまうかもしれませんわ。
You're so diligent.
当然ですわ。そのあたりの分別はきっちりつけませんと。このままいたら離れられなくなってしまいますもの。根性で我慢しませんと。
Ah, okay. Mina is a little semen demon. She over here like, listen up. If I stay any longer, you're gonna have dehydration by the morning.
それではオーロ、また明日。
Yeah, see you tomorrow. What's up?
そのもうオーロは乙女心をもっと勉強してくださいまし。
What?
ですからこのままでは届かないと言っているんですの。
Whoa! She jumped up to reach the back of my neck and tugged me down to her. I imagine her, she's like already going up to her like tippy toes to reach and doesn't reach, and he's just like over there like what is she doing? Well, she basically just reaches up, just drags him down to her level. I wasn't paying attention.
次はオーロからお願いしますわ。ではおやすみなさい。
Doesn't it slap her to change that much?
金色ラブリッチェゴールデンタイム。
Okay, I'm heading home.
おや、最近は帰宅が早いですね。
More or less.
市松くんとゆっくり語りたいことがあるんですけど、仕方ないですね。
なんだよ、俺でよければ話聞くぞ。
西郷くんとは趣味が合いません。
何？お前、よかれと思って聞いてやるっつってんのに。
男の子を僕に勧めるのはやめてください。
Took a quick glance back at my classmates getting all riled up over who knows what as I left the classroom. I'm back.
オーロ、お帰りなさいまし。
Mina welcomed me upon my return. Oh, you're in your uniform today.
少し遅くなってしまいましたの。着替えていたらオーロが先に帰ってきてしまうと思いまして。
Would have been fine either way.
ダメですわ。私、少しでも長くオーロと一緒にいたいんですの。
She was so freaking cute! My girlfriend was so adorable I wanted to brag about her to everyone in the world. Mina!
なんですの。
I was just thinking my girlfriend is the cutest in the whole world.
何を言ってますの、もう。くすぐったいですわ。
You're so soft and nice.
もう、オーロは甘えん坊ですわね。
Never knew someone spoiling me could feel so wonderful.
私もですわ。昨日はとても気持ちよかったですもの。
Which is why today is my turn.
私にたくさん甘えてくださいまし。
One was not better than the other. We were equals. It was with that mindset that we came up with the idea to swap who spoils the other each day. It would definitely help with my mental health, and I couldn't deny how well this arrangement suited us. Ah. This feels nice and calming.
私も
So nice and
オー
calming.
ルを抱きしめているととても安らぎますわ。
Fine. This really is the most soothing thing ever.
安らぐのと同じくらいドキドキもしてしまいますけど。
Can I make it race faster?
私いつでも期待して待ってますの。
Damn. Now that I'd forgotten her permission, I leaned in. We shared an affectionate kiss. I wholeheartedly put my love into it and went gently and peacefully to start. Things got more heated as we went on, and I started to wrap my tongue around hers. I was utterly intoxicated in a matter of seconds that I couldn't hold myself back anymore. Mina!
そんなダメですわ。
Mina! Mina! Who's gonna come in?
すぐた。
Surprisingly, no one. Huh.
今日も素敵な時間でしたわ。
We were so focused on making out that it was nighttime before we realized it. I have worked up an appetite. Why don't we have dinner?
そうですわね。私もお腹が空きましたわ。
Then again, all I had on hand were instant noodles. Better go buy something. Mina, is there anything you'd like to eat?
食べたいもの。そのオーロを食べちゃいたいですわ。なんて。
Damn! Talk about wild.
黙らないでくださいまし。ちょっとした冗談。
Wanna call me up too?
美味しいですけど、不健康的なのは否めませんわね。
What can you do? It's past 10 already. This is what we got for making out for so long. All the convenience stores in the dorm were obviously closed. I think my brain just froze for a second because of that sneeze. And so I wound up slurping on uncut noodles together with Mina.
今日までですわ。明日からは健康に気をつけた食生活を心がけますの。
Sure are a hard worker.
オールも一緒に頑張るんですのよ。
I'm fine, really. Anything's okay as long as it fills up my belly.
いけません。オールの健康も私がしっかり面倒見てあげますわ。
Aw.
オールが病気になったりしたら、私、悲しいですわ。
I didn't stand a chance against this expression of hers. I get it. I'll make sure I'm careful.
私が毎日ここで夕食を作って差し上げましょうか？
Huh? Are you sure?
食事の支度はするんですもの。2人分するのも同じ手間ですわ。それに、オーロが私の料理を食べて美味しいって言ってくれるのはきっと幸せなことですの。
Oh man, what should I do? She was an angel.
ですけど、まだあまりうまくはないですから、期待はしないでほしいですわ。
Is this arrangement gonna become L Light, where she makes all of his dinners? Will it include him brushing her hair? Which I'm still mad that wasn't a CG. How did they not make that a CG? of him just like brushing brushing and blow drying Elle's hair for her. How did they miss that fucking opportunity? I'm still mad about it. Anything that you've made for me will be delicious, guaranteed.
いえ、公平なジャッジをお願いしますわ。でないと腕が上がりませんし、オールの好みも知れませんもの。
That makes sense. The girl I fell in love with was hardworking and kind through and through. Made me think of myself that I was gonna fall more and more deeply in love with her the longer we were together.
ごちそうさまでした。では、今日はこれで失礼しますわ。
Now you're going home already.
今部屋に戻らないといつまで経っても戻れなくなってしまいますわ。
Yeah, true. We'll see each other again tomorrow anyway.
また明日。
Finish say goodbye and lean down.
あら、大好きですわ。
Really are sly, Mina.
金色ラブリッチェゴールデンタイム。あら、ミナとは仲良くしてるかしら。
Huh? Where's that coming from?
あれから二人はどうなったのかしらって気になっちゃって。
We've been pretty much normal. That was the reason I dodged dance the day after we expressed our feelings for each other.
私たちのこと、むやみに口外はしないでほしいんですの。
That we're dating?
そうですわ。お姉様のことですから、すでに知っている可能性は高いでしょうけど。
Wouldn't it be better if we at least told Sylvia and our friends?
それはそうなんですけど。
I've gotten a lot of advice from them about you, so personally I like to let them know.
これはわがままだということは分かっていますけど、私から話したいんですの。王女としての立場もそうですけど、気持ちも覚悟もきちんと固めてから自分の言葉でお姉様に報告したいですわ。
Got it. That's what you want, then that's what we'll do. And that leads us to now. She's been coming over to my place, teaching me etiquette and having meals with me.
ああ、そうなの？
Really?
ミナに聞いても話してくれないし、気になっちゃうわ。
I'm gonna make a quick trip to the bathroom. Seemed likely to pry, so I bailed.
市松殿、カミナル様のことで少々。最低限の警護などはしますが、お二人の関係を詮索はしませんので、ご安心を。
Thanks, that would be a major help.
それだけです。では、失礼。
I followed after Elle as she turned around back towards the classroom. Oops. Shouldn't it be your eyes followed her? Yeah, I'm sure she's seen straight through us. It's not quiet, could I keep this?
今日はこの辺りにしておきましょう。
Thank you. We were in the middle of etiquette lessons. I believe I needed the bare minimum of etiquette to be a good match for her. She happily accepted when I told her I wanted to keep this trend going.
さあ、先生の時間はおしまいですわ。あら、今日は私の番ですわよね。
Sure is. What do you want to do?
オーロはそのままじっとしててくださいまし。
Sure I can. Stay seated in place just as she asked.
よいしょ。
Oh.
オーロの膝の上、暖かいですわ。
She was all smiles today. All Almost childish, huh?
重くありません？
Not at all. You're tiny, so there's clearly no need to worry so much.
人が気にしていることをズケズケと言うのはどうかと思いますの。
You're the one who asked me if you were heavy or not, though.
レディはいつでも体のことを気にするんですわ。
Personally, you think you're pretty.
オーロは私の体好きですの？
Just don't look at his porn collection. Yeah, I love it.
それならいいですわ。
All smiles and elated all over again. I had gotten a better idea of how to keep her under control the longer we were together, but so I'd also gotten a lot better at putting her in a good mood. Alright, Mina, happy birthday.
あら、ちゃんと覚えていてくれてましたのね。
Of course I did, it's the birthday of the girl I love.
オーロにはもうお祝いしてもらいましたけれど。
I was then and it is now. We have to celebrate on the day off too. I was excited to celebrate your birthday as you love it too.
嬉しいですわ。その言葉だけで私、どんなプレゼントよりも幸せですわ。
Is there anything you want me to do for you? If you ask now, I'll do anything you want in return.
オーロがしてくれることなら、何でも嬉しいですわ。
You gave me the most complicated answer possible.
本当のことですもの。
Anything's fine. Just try and tell me whatever is currently on your mind.
本当に何でもいいんですの？
Yeah, as long as it's something I'm capable of doing.
じゃあ、一つわがままを言わせていただきますの。私、オーロが欲しいですわ。他の誰にもない、私だけの特別をくださいまし。
Holy crap, this level of cuteness was against the rules. She really is a fucking carnivore, isn't she? Mina, turn this way.
ねえ、オーロ、今日の課題、協力プレイしない？
Mina hurled herself straight off my lap. Her sense of balance really was impressive as she stuck the landing to boot.
お邪魔だった。
Nah, nothing like that.
カミニャンはそんなことあるみたいだけど？それはその真っ赤になっちゃってかわいいにゃ。
And he just gets up, walks past her, closes the door, locks it. Let's have a nice little lesson on keeping secrets, shall we, Reina?
私、オーロとは何でも。まあまあ、皆まで言いなさんな。カミニャンだけに。はい。おっと、ジャパニーズジョークは通じなかった？
Mina just finished wrapping up her lecture, so what do you need?
いや、やっぱ自分でどうにかするよ。お邪魔しちゃってごめんね。今度からちゃんとノックするから。
I wish you'd done that from the start.
了解。あ、最後にもう一つ。私は応援してるよ。オーロのことも、カミニャンのことも大好きだからね。そんじゃねー。私たちのこと、やっぱり分かってるんですのね。
I did go to her for advice, but she's good at reading the room.
オーロ、女性に相談しすぎじゃありませんの？
What else am I supposed to do? Figured it couldn't hurt to ask another girl for help.
知りませんわ。
This was the side of her I had only gotten to know after we started the date. I had learned that Mina was actually a ridiculously jealous person.
私も部屋に戻りますわ。ではオーロ、また明日。
Hey, wait, isn't it a little early to go home?
だって、
I asked for their help because I really wanted to be with you.
そうなんですの？
Of course, you know that, don't you?
ごめんなさい。焼きもち焼いてしまいましたわ。
But whenever she realized a fault in herself, she recognized and apologized for it right
オー
away.
ロのことを信じていないわけではないんですの。でも、胸の奥がすごくモヤモヤして、どうしようもなくて。
Mina, she was an honest, wonderful girl to everyone.
皆さん、応援 してくれてますのね。
And I think that's a wonderful thing.
ええ、私も嬉しいんだと思います。ですけど、あのタイミングはないと思いますわ。
Yeah, it was.
そうですわ。せっかくオーラの特別をもらえるところでしたのに。
This is playing it a little fast and loose, but want to try it again?
はい。お願いしますわ。
And in comes Rhea. We slowly brought our faces together. Ah!
電話ですの？
Sounds like it. Wonder who it is. Talk about terrible timing. But I was interrupting my precious time with Mina. Now it's Sylvie.
お姉様からですの？
Answered the phone. Hello?
もしもし、オーラ？
Is there for you to call me? What's up?
ミナは一緒にいるのかしら？
Yeah, she is. Why?
やっぱり、エキスナがミナに連絡がつかないって慌ててたから。
I'd be happy to pass along a message.
じゃあ、お願いできるかしら？後でエキスナがミナのところに行くって。
Got it.
よろしくね。
What's wrong?
オーラ、意地悪ですわ。
I knew how lonely Mina could get, so I feigned some ignorance on top of it all.
先ほどの続き、待ってますのに。
Sorry. Here, Mina, come over. Who's gonna drop next? Held her gently in my arms as we kissed. We got used to this position fairly quickly, so I knew just how to sit to make kissing easier.
やっぱりオーラとのキスは気持ちいいですわ。
Did I manage to satisfy you?
これくらいで満足するなんて思わないでいただきたいですわね。
How was I being provoked?
ところでオーラ、お姉様は何のご用でしたの？
She wanted me to tell you that Exna was planning on coming by your place later.
ああ、そうですのね。受けたまわりましたわ。
Guess that means we can't drag this out for too long, huh?
そんな。
Can't ignore her, can you? It had been important enough for Sue to go out of her way to call about. Couldn't exactly stand in the way if she had some important business to attend to.
では、こうすればいいですわ。
Huh? What?
ここならエキスナが来てもすぐに対応できますわ。
You think this'll be alright?
さあ、オーラ、続きをお願いしますわ。
Yeah, I guess it'll work out. And out comes Exna. Our kiss earlier wasn't nearly enough for me either. A passionate kiss encouraged Mina to reciprocate further by wrapping her tongue around mine. Even though this might have been a little too intense. Hey, Mina.
足りませんの。私、オーラが欲しくて。
Exna will be here soon.
このままでいるなんて、私、
Jesus.
おかしくなってしまいますわ。
Why is Mina just turning the horny up to 11? He was incredibly horny today! By the looks of it, semi-forceful kisses were what turned Mina on. The only way to pacify her in this condition was to satisfy her sexual
お
desires.
願いですわ、オーラ。私に情けをくださいまし。
Will you listen to what I say then?
はい。私、そのためにこのような格好をしてますのよ。
Then they fucked. Okay, I'm gonna head back to my room.
エキスナが来る前に戻った方がよろしいですわ。
Oh, that's right. We're gonna Exna was supposed to come by Mina's place.
忘れてましたの？
I had so much fun teasing you that it just kinda happened.
おバカ。あんな姿をエキスナに見られたら、つまき程度では済みませんわよ。
Yeah, I bet. I'd rather bolt sooner than later. I'd better bolt, I mean.
<sighs> 。 <sighs> 。 <sighs> 。 <sighs> 。 <sighs>
「」 <sighs> 」 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 <sighs> Hi. Ah! Where did Dexter come from?
ご安心を。隊長はここにはおりませんので。
Right. Was Dexter mad? How long have you been here?
1時間ほど前からでしょうか。人払いもしております。カミナル様の寝室には人を近づけておりません。
She knew! She knew for sure!
カミナル様のご意志を尊重して、今回は不問にします。ですが、一松様、今後は節度ある行動をお願いいたします。
I'll keep them in mind.
結構。それと、カミナル様には私と鉢合わせたことは内密に。
I understood.
では、自室にお戻りください。
Scary! I look at her eyes was intense!
一松様、最後に一つだけ。
Yes.
ご分を。
Huh? She left. Is that excellent way of showing support for us?
金色ラブリッチェゴールデンタイム。
Mina had business to attend to today, so she was over at Sylvie's. It's been a while since I'd seen Mina. I was insanely lonely and horribly pent up. I'd never felt this way before.
イチ、いる？
I am.
お、今日は一人？
Yes, so. Mina's at Sylvie's.
なるほど。そりゃ好都合だ。
Huh?
あのさ。
What is it?
するなとは言わねえけど、こっちのことも考えてくれると助かる。
Huh? I adore all the scenes where Rhea just comes in like, okay, listen up. I know, youthful desires, youthful libido, all in that. I know, but please keep it quiet.
音と、それから声。あいつあの声は意外とでけえのな。めっちゃ響いてくる。
Oh my god! I forgot how stupidly sharp her hearing was! She heard everything when Mina and I were doing it in my room. Ah!
ちなみに一昨日はなんとなくしか聞こえなかった。シルビー、妹の部屋行ってたん？
Promise you though, won't say anything to Mina. Both Exna and Rhea had found us out. Mina just might shrivel up and die from embarrassment if she found out.
言わねえよ。俺にだってそのくらいの分別はある。だから位置に言っとく。男が気をつけてやれよ。
Yeah, I understand.
そんだけ。じゃあ俺部屋戻って寝るわ。
I need to think about some stuff anyway. Just when it came to flirting with Mina. Not just when it came to flirting with Mina. There was so much more I had to put into serious consideration and some serious consideration into.
金色ラブリッチェゴールデンタイム。思ったより時間がかかってしまいましたわ。もうこんな時間ですのね。
It will be midnight soon enough. I suppose it would be rude of me to visit Ora at this hour.
随分と長い間、オールに会っていない気がしますわ。
It had only been 2 days, and yet I could not believe I felt so lonely. Never could have imagined this only a short while ago.
今日はオールに会えませんのね。
When a thought crossed my mind,
まずまず。
it was like I was smoldering hot deep down inside.
オールのせいで覚えてしまったんですのよ。
Reached from my lower body and gently ran my finger over my underwear. Oh lord.
金色ラブリッチェゴールデンタイム。先輩、おはようございます。
Oh, good morning.
朝ですよ。ラジオ体操の時間です。
Got it.
また寝不足ですか？
Yeah, you could say that. I had a nice dream though.
悪い夢じゃなかったなら、ぐっすり眠れたんじゃないんですか？
It wasn't really the kind of dream I could sleep soundly through. I dreamt Mina was masturbating. Everything seemed so real too. It didn't help that I was too horny to go back to sleep.
どんな夢だったんですか？
That's a secret.
いいじゃないですか。気になりますよ。
Okay, let's go do some radio calisthenics.
先輩、楽しいこと独り占めするのはずるいですよ。
Sorry, Akane. This is also for your own good. She'd probably pass out from embarrassment if I told her. Ah, there you are, Mina. What? What? Something wrong?
なんでもありませんわ。なんでも。
Face is red.
普通ですわ。さ、行きますわよ。
Sure.
深夜まで一人エッチをしてしまうなんて。
Clearly, Ayaka is a terrible influence on her.
オーロの顔をまともに見れませんわ。
Mina? That's the way to the convenience store.
あら、
Did you need to buy something? Mind if I tagged along?
オーロは気にしないでくださいまし。では、また放課後に。
She left. She's acting funny. Sleepy. I was having a hard time shaking my drowsiness. Not even food or exercise helped. I managed to keep conscious through lunch break. I'm gonna fall asleep if I eat lunch. I had an expert planning class to go to after class today too. Maybe we should go somewhere private to exercise.
ねえ、オーロ。今日は私と一緒に来てくれる？ 前回は振られちゃったし、今日はどうかなって。
Where do you want to go?
メンズの勉強もしときたいなーって。
Is there something different about it?
レディースとは全然違うんだって。サイズはもちろんだけど、パターンの起こし方とか。
You sound a lot smarter when rambling about fashion stuff.
お、レーナちゃんがインテリだって気づいちゃった？
That only applies when you're talking about clothes.
それだけ真剣だってことだからね。
Well, something she was passionate about. Sylvia, Elle, Raina, Rhea, Akane, and every other student in this academy seemed to have something they were serious about. The same went for Mina.
オーロ？どうしたん？
Nothing. So you want me to join you for your fashion program?
そうそう。オーロの再損させてほしいんだよね。
Guess I'll come along with you then.
マジ？あんがとう！助かるわ！
After seeing how hard Raina was working at, perhaps I need to reevaluate how I did things. What was it that I should strive towards right now? I flopped down onto my bed and fell deep in thought. Raina looked so radiant while working on her expert planning courses. I thought I'd see her work so hard towards some. On the one hand, it made me feel like I had to work harder, but on the other part of me felt like I was being left behind.
Oro, いらっしゃいます？
Yeah, I am.
失礼しますわ。どうかしましたの？
What do you mean?
横になっているから体調が悪いのかと。
Nah, I was just thinking some things over.
そうですの。よかったですわ。
You've changed a lot recently, haven't you? Would you have gotten mad if you saw me lounging around like this a while back?
そうでしょうか。
Yeah, you'd get mad and say, "You're slacking off!"
本当にたるんでいるのかもしれませんけど、それよりも今はオーロを心配する気持ちの方が先立ってしまいますわ。オーロが元気でいてくれることが一番大切ですもの。
Thank you. Knowing that you cared for me made me genuinely happy.
ですが、元気があるなら話は別ですわ。ここのところまとまった時間が取れませんでしたから。 今日はみっちりやりますわよ。
No.
返事ははいですわ。
Yes, ma'am. Mina teacher mode has descended. Something told me it'd been a crazy long time since I'd seen this.
久々ですわね、この感じ。しっくりきますわ。
And you were such an obedient maid last week, too.
やめてくださいまし。今は真面目にお勉強の時間ですわ。
Okay.
せっかく思い出さないようにしてましたのに、またお腹の奥がキュンキュンしてきちゃいましたわ。
I should focus on the task at hand. I could save delving into my daydreams for later.
あら、もうこんな時間ですのね。今日はここまでにしておきましょう。
Thank you. That's crazy, right?
これぐらいで音を上げてどうするんですの。本当はもう少し厳しく生きたかったですのに。
Now we were dating and gotten closer, she was more strict with me than ever before. Seemed like she wouldn't allow even trivial compromises. Why did my kind docile Mina go?
愛の無知ですわ。オールのことを思うからこそ厳しくするんですのよ。
Couldn't you be a teensy bit nicer?
ダメですわ。これでも足りませんの。オールはとにかく基礎ができてませんわ。今のうちに基礎を固めておけば、後々必ず役に立ちますわ。基礎は大切ですもの。オールには立派な紳士になっていただきませんと。
So we can be together?
ええ。私はそう望んでますわ。
That's it. I should be obsessed with this. No, I've been thinking.
先ほどの話ですの？
Yeah, everyone has something they're obsessed or frantic about. I'm the only one who doesn't. But actually I do. There's something I should be obsessed with. Being with you for as long as I live. I think that's what I'm meant to be passionate about.
あら、嬉しいですわ。
May have slacked off some after we started dating, but becoming boyfriend and girlfriend wasn't my only goal. Need to work hard so we can be together forever.
私も少々根を詰めすぎたかもしれませんわ。
I'm the one who asked you to be strict with me.
わかりましたわ。オールと私のために一緒に頑張りますわよ。
Yes, I agree.
とりあえず先生の時間はこれでおしまいですわ。ここからは恋人同士の時間ですわよ。あら。
Her voice was somehow sensual and her eyes seductive. I knew what she was expecting. I knew, but... could we hold off for a while? The MIT at us, and Exna had warned me to act in moderation too.
どうしてですの？
I've been overworking myself lately, you know.
ひょっとしてお疲れですの？
Yeah, maybe. I better just leave it at that.
無理させるのもよくありませんし、仕方ないですわね。でも少しだけならいいでしょう？
Yeah, if it's only a little.
よかったですわ。
She slid up against my chest. Then she pleaded for a kiss. There was no chance I was going to refuse. I hung over her and pressed my lips against hers. Her tiny tongue split my lips apart and aggressively crawled around in my mouth. Jesus, she's fucking going for it. You're totally turned on!
仕方ありませんわ。オーロとキスしていると体が熱くなってしまって。
I was not expecting to have so much libido running rampant in Mina's route. Jesus fucking Christ.
お願いですわ、オーロ。お情けくださいまし。
Ah, jeez! As if I could resist this! You darn sexy maid!
はい、私、オーロだけのエッチなメイドさんですの。
Oh lord! Meanwhile, at Rhea's room. No.
とっても素敵でしたわ。
In the end, we went at it as hard as we could without holding anything back.
優しいオーロはもちろんですけど、積極的で荒っぽいオーロも好きですわ。
Damn. Thanks.
お疲れだったのにごめんなさい。でも私、とても幸せな気持ちですわ。おかげで今日はよく眠れそうですの。
You couldn't sleep?
ええ、いろいろありまして。体がうずいて眠れなかったなんて、オーロには言えませんわ。では、私は部屋に戻りますわ。
Yeah, see you tomorrow. I wrapped my arms around her waist and gently pulled her close. Actually, you know what? I just... Hold on. Hold on. Is that how you get to them? No. No, not from here. I want to view the saved voice lines. Oh, no, that is what I want. Unless the saved voice lines are like at the end. No, they aren't. I want to access the saved voice lines from here, but I fucking can't. Why? Whoops. Wrapped my arms around her waist and gently pulled her closer. Low-key goodnight. A low-key goodnight kiss. Wait, I feel like I skipped something. Nah, I didn't.
満点ですわ。
Good night, Mina.
ええ、おやすみなさいまし。
Asking me to control myself when she does that is impossible. She was just too adorable. Holding back right after we started dating was asking for the moon. Man, no. Better come up with some sort of countermeasures. Like some way to keep her from... to help her keep her voice down, for instance. That could be entertaining as part of roleplay of some kind. I'll put a pin on that for now. I need to think about what I was gonna do with my future. Need to find some sense of direction.
金色ラブリッチェ、ゴールデンタイム。
It's freezing out today. It was cold enough that it might snow. I thought it was about time to see signs of spring.
確かに今日は特別寒いですね。暖かい別荘が恋しい。
Is it in Okinawa or something?
いえ、ハワイとサイパンに我が家の別荘がありますよ。お正月はどちらかで過ごすのですが、とても快適ですね。
Which kids live on an entirely different scale.
年末年始くらいですからね。ゆっくり過ごせるのは。
Really?
年越しはさすがに世界中が休みますから。逆に年末年始以外は常に市場が動いているんです。休んでいる暇はあまりないんですよ。
Sounds like you've got a rough tale.
僕にとってはこれが日常ですから。もう慣れたものです。
Should I call it impressive or otherwise? It was a unique hardship of the wealthy that commoners couldn't comprehend.
おや、オーロ君が読書とは珍しいですね。何を読んでいるんです？
The rules of being a gentleman. I borrowed it from the library.
オーロ君も社交界に？
Nah, it's not that. That's not what I'm after. I just thought it'd be good to learn as part of etiquette.
おう。勉強になりましたか？
Nope, not at all. It was enlightening in the opposite sense, though.
と言いますと。
This apparently had a female author, and she put some horrible impositions towards men.
なるほど。いますね、そういう女性は。
Reading it pissed me off.
男性であることを押し付けてくるような女性は敬遠されますね。
Exactly, stupid book did that constantly.
その本はベストセラーにもなりましたから。僕も読みましたよ。確かにめちゃくちゃでしたね。思わず笑ってしまいました。
She considers men as convenient to herself.
ごく一部ですよ。そのような女性は。
わかるぞ、市松！
Calm down, Saigo.
なんですか？
世の中はもっと優しさに溢れるべきなんだよ。そうだろ？
What happened to him this time?
好きな作家さんの最新作が寝取られ者だったと嘆いてます。
Yeah. I can't blame him there.
おねしょた寝取られとか業が深すぎるんだよ。もう何も信じられねえ。
しばらくそっとしておいてあげてください。
Sai was getting more deeply addicted by the day. All done.
どうでした？
It was educational, if only on what to avoid.
僕と全くの同意見ですね。
I felt the same way.
僕もいろいろな女性と挨拶をしてきましたけど、そういう考えの女性は一握りはいますね。その後の話を聞くと、往々にして何かしらの問題を起こしています。
I'm sure. But I think a compromise was important in these
おっと
instances.
時間が。僕はこれで失礼しますね。
As busy as ever, huh?
今後を考えてのスケジュールです。今のうちにパイプを作っておくことが大切ですから。
How about that? I'll see you tomorrow then.
俺も帰ろう。帰って画像収集の続きに勤しもう。
市松くん、また明日。
Yeah, later. I should go home myself.
あり、オーロが本読んでる。何を読んでいるのかしら。
The rules of being a gentleman, I couldn't sympathize with any of it.
そうなのですか？
見せて見せて。どれどれ。デートで割り勘をする男は論外。財布をちらっと出すにとどめろ。割り勘って何？お会計を人数で割って支払うことだね。デートって言ってるから、この場合は半分ずつ？
なるほど。自分の食費は自分で支払うべきでは？
You're a great woman, Elle.
おごってもらうのは嬉しいけど、その気のない人におごられるのはちょっとね。
Yeah, exactly. I don't care if the guy feels like paying.
この本はそういうことがたくさん書かれているのね。
あまり良い気分ではありませんね。女性であることを都合のいいように扱いすぎです。
ちょっとしたことで男女差別だとか騒いじゃうタイプだよね。
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
日本は差別の少ない国だって聞いているけれど。
More so racism, but sexism is a big problem.
ほどほどが一番だと思うけどね。サービスされすぎも困っちゃうし。
私は対等に扱っていただきたいですね。男性だから女性だからという区別は必要ないかと思います。
Might be especially true for you, Elle. You were left in the charge of guarding Elle and all, Sylvie and all.
とっても頼りになるもの。エルが私を守ってくれて助かってるわ。
光栄です。
で、オーロはなんでそんなの読んでんの？
Need to decide what I want to do with my future?
ニコニコ。ニヤニヤ。
That's really an ulterior motive here.
そうね。見聞を広めておくのは将来のためになるもの。だね。男を磨いとくのはいいことだよ。
紳士的であることは良いことですね。
I was sure that this three had figured this out completely. I would consider Mina's feelings and keep quiet.
頑張ってね、オーロ。応援してるよ。
Thanks. I was doing what I could a little at a time. I'd keep building up upon myself each and every day.
金色ラブリッチェゴールデンタイム。
It was the early afternoon of my day off. I was lounging around by myself for a change when my phone vibrated. It's Chica.
オーロくん、暇してる？
At the moment. I've done some reading but hadn't moved onto my next activity yet. You're not standing right outside my door again, are you? You need to find something better to do on her day off, like go on a date with Torio.
オーロ、少しよろしいですの？
Oh, sure, come in. Alright, I should go spend some time with Mina while I still have the chance. Yeah, we'll give her a random hug and a kiss. She ought to let me do that much. Okay, here goes. Mina! Wrong person. Oh. Mina felt a little different from usual. Her voice was entirely different. I could feel a pair of bulging breasts touch my chest.
何するの、オーラくん。ダメだよ、兄弟でなんて。
チエカ！
そりゃあね、オールくんが私のこと大好きなのは知ってるよ。妹と恋人を両立させるなんて、そんなの。
チエカ、you!
そうでしたの。オールは熱烈に抱きしめてしまうほどチエカのことが好きなんですのね。どうぞゆっくり続けてくださいまし。私はお邪魔のようですので部屋に戻りますわ。
Hey, wait, hang on, please, I'm begging you. I tugged away from Chieka and stopped Mina. It was just a mistake. I didn't realize it was Chieka until it was too late.
その割にはチエカを抱いている時間が長かったんじゃありませんの？
I'm telling you, you've got it wrong.
大事そうに抱きしめて見つめ合ってただならぬ空気でしたわ。
You're overthinking it, I didn't mean it.
オールくんすっごい焦ってる。
That's all your fault!
違うもん。いたずらしようって言ったのミナさんだもん。
は？
私は協力しただけだよ。ご協力感謝しますわ、チエカ。いえいえ、オールくん驚かせるならいつでも協力しちゃいますよ。
Mina's mischievous side seriously matched Sylvie's dirty. Forgot all that. Why are you here, Chieka?
ミナさんのところに遊びに来たの。
Huh.
今日は友達のところに遊びに来ただけ。ねえ、ミナさん。ええ。チエカからいろいろお話を聞かせてもらうんですの。
I had a majorly bad feeling about this. Just to ask, what kind of stories?
秘密、教えてあげない。さあ、戻りますわよ、チエカ。お話の続きですわ。はーい。じゃあね、オーラくん。
Well, I feel like the odd man out. There had to be things that made for livelier conversations between girls than with a guy like me. I knew that, but still, sure was lonely. Like Chieka stole Mina away from me big time. ねえ、オーラくん、ちょっといいかな。って、何してるの？ Pouting in bed. I was overloaded with so much loneliness that all I could do was sleep. もういじけないの。寂しかったね。ごめんね。I wasn't lonely at all. ミナさんが呼んでるよ。ほらほら、立って。ミナさんの部屋行くよ。ミナさん、オールくん連れてきましたよ。はい。What is it? いいえ、なんでもありませんわ。It obviously wasn't nothing, given how much it was squirming around. Chieka said something again. さ、オールくんはここに座って。Sure. ミナさん、準備はいいですか？まだ心の準備が。ためらってちゃダメですよ。いいですか？こういうのは勢いです。ノリと勢いで押し切るんです。チエカは無茶を言い過ぎですわ。You seem to be up to something. Better keep quiet and watch how this panned out for now. 行きますわよ。ほら。お兄ちゃん。はっ！私、今日は、オールお兄ちゃんの妹ですわ。Like, could we not? Also, I knew about this GBCG because that's what they posted on Twitter. Something I replied to. Oh, Ellis is playing Sniper Elite. Funnily enough, the post that I replied to, someone else replied to me there. Namely, fucking if you've been following some of the some of the r/VNs and Twitter anime things as of late, the entire thing involving Gams and him slowly but surely going insane. He basically replied to me replying to Nekonion. So that's the only reason why I know he exists. Then a bunch of people started posting the slow but sure descent into madness that he was going down on in VNs and anime over on Scott's Discord. And it was quite amusing to read through, quite frankly. He's a... like, Jesus. What was this? What happened?
お兄ちゃん
Oh!
こうやって呼ぶの懐かしいね。今日はね、みなさんと二人でお兄ちゃんの妹なの。
I'm pretty sure you're usually his little sister, Chica.
オール
That's not right, is it?
はい。
Come on, say Oni-chan.
お兄ちゃん。
Dad, Mom, everyone who's supporting me to this day. I found heaven. Alright, your Oni-chan's gonna spoil your boat all day long.
はーい、嬉しいですわ。ね、オールくん、一発でデレデレになっちゃうでしょ。にわかには信じられませんでしたけど、本当なんですのね。それにしても変わりすぎですわ。
What are you two sillies whispering about? Let you Oni-chan in on
なんでもありませんわ。お兄ちゃんはかっこいいね。
Oh, lay off, you're gonna make me blush.
相変わらずちょろいな。ちょろすぎますわ、オーロ。お兄ちゃん、クッキーはいかがですか？
I sure would. I was just getting hungry.
私が食べさせてあげますわ。はい、あんしてくださいまし。いかがですか？
Yummy. It was little sister Mina-chan feeding me. They're 5 times more
お兄
delicious.
ちゃん、ちえかも食べさせてあげるね。
Can we like cease this?
ちえかのクッキー、おいしい？
Delicious cookies and over.
私のクッキーより美味しかったんですの？私、心を込めてお兄ちゃんに食べさせてあげましたのに。
They're the same. Your cookies were just as delicious as Chica's. They're both the best in the world.
本当ですの？よかったですわ。
Anyone worthy of being a big brother mustn't do anything to make their little sisters sad. Now you're a widow when it comes to being a big brother, buddy. No matter what might happen, you should make their little sisters smile. No day goes past where I don't tease my little sister, quite frankly.
お兄ちゃん、優しいね。
That's my natural duty as a
優
brother.
しいお兄ちゃん、大好きですわ。
Oni-chan loves you too, Mina-chan.
オーロから大好きと言ってもらっているのに、なんでしょうこの微妙な気持ちは。お兄ちゃん、私のことは？
You should obviously love you lots too, Chica. You know, Oni-chan obviously loves his little sisters the most, so you can...
どちらが一番ですの？
What?
お兄ちゃんにとって私と千恵かどちらの妹が一番なんですの？
Well, you're both my number one.
そういうのずるいと思います。私もそれはずるいと思いますわ。
I'm not sure what you want from me.
じゃあ今からお兄ちゃんにアピールするね。
What?
お兄ちゃん、千恵かお兄ちゃんのこと大好きだよ。
Oh.
私もお兄ちゃんのことが大好きですわ。ねえねえ、お兄ちゃん。お兄ちゃん。私が一番だよね。私、お兄ちゃんを信じてますわ。
I was gonna walk in on this and be like, I'm just gonna leave you to it.
お兄ちゃん。お兄ちゃん。
Crap, this is gonna kill me! this set surpassed heaven and turned into
お
hell.
兄ちゃん、私がお兄ちゃんのお世話をいっぱいして差し上げますわ。お兄ちゃん、お兄ちゃん。私、お兄ちゃんにいっぱい甘えたいな。
The dependable, caring little sister, Mina, and the energetic, bold little sister who loved to be spoiled, Chieka. It was rough to rank either of
だ
them.
って、私は毎日お兄ちゃんに会えないんだもん。今日は会えない分だけ甘えたいよ。毎日会っているからこそ、お兄ちゃんのお世話は完璧ですわ。ねえ、お兄ちゃん。
I can't choose either of you.
お兄ちゃん、私たちを傷つけないように、あえて選ばないのでしょうか。っていうか、欲張りなだけじゃないかな。
The thing about it really isn't. Is it really a big deal if you both dive first? The differences make you wonderful in your own way. Both of you put together are my adorable ultimate little sisters. After all, you're both fantastic. I'd actually be foolish to give either of you ranks.
すごいですわ。なんですの、この力押しの言い分は。ただ単に、妹大好きって言ってるだけなんですけどね。
What's wrong with that?
と変わらないな、オーロくん。ああ、残念。妹としてなら、オーロくんの一番取れる自信あったのにな。話には聞いてましたけど、オーロの妹好き、ここまでのものとは思いませんでしたわ。ちょっと引いちゃいますよね。
Now shut up, Chica. You're the one who said you'd come over to hang out, but you wanted to have a little sister showdown with Mina.
違う。オーロくんとミナさんが恋人として仲良くやってるかなって気になっちゃってさ。
I didn't even know that.
それは私がチエカにはいろいろとお世話になりまして。
You mean you consulted her?
相談と言いますか、アドバイスを。
Why did they get so close?
ある意味、私はオーロくんの恋のキュービットってわけ。感謝してよ。
Yeah, I'm grateful.
ホワイトデーのお返しは5倍返しだね。
Said it to Torio instead.
トーリョくんにはそんなこと言えないもん。遠慮ない女だなって思われちゃう。
But you're fine demanding it from me.
身内は遠慮なんてする必要ないでしょ。それに、オーロくんが私に甘いのは知ってるもん。
Damn you, Chica, getting your relatives involved always made things messy.
オーロとチエカは本当に仲がいいんですのね。
You think so? I think we're normal.
とても楽しそうですし、オーロも私には見せない顔を浮かべてますもの。正直、チエカのことが羨ましいですわ。
Mina?
オーロの近くにいられるからこそ、こんな気持ちになるんですのね。安心しちゃった。オーロくんとミナさん、ちゃんとカップルしてるなって思って。そうなんですの？はい。さっき、オーロくんが私に抱きついてきた時もそうでしたけど、今もしっかりカップルしてますよ。
That was just a slip-up combined with an act of God.
いろんなやきもち焼いちゃうところが、すっごく可愛いです。否定はしませんわ。ジエカは私の知らないオーロをたくさんしていますもの。私の知らないオーロとの時間を一緒に過ごしてきたんだって思うと、胸の奥が締め付けられるような思いですわ。だって、オーロくん。わかった？ミナさんに教えてあげてよ。オーロくんのこと。一緒の時間はこれから作っていけばいいんだし。ね、ミナさん。シエカは大人ですのね。ただ、先輩ってだけですよ。彼女としての先輩。私だって、オーロくんとトーリョウくんがイチャイチャしてたら、やきもち焼いちゃいますもん。私の記憶では、シマさんは殿方だったと。そうですけど、やったら仲いいんですもん。何か特別な空気出しちゃうんですよ。トーリョくんもトーリョくんだよ。オーロくんと話してるときはすっ いい笑顔だし。
Knock it off! That's gross! The game is it seriously does give off those vibes sometimes.
私がオールをしっかりつなぎ止めておきますわ。よろしくお願いします。
You don't have to work for it, Mina. You're my number one.
だそうです。オーラくんの気持ち、私も聞いちゃった。
Damn it, you got me to say something embarrassing.
オールくんは彼女と仲良くしてるよってお父さんとお母さんに伝えておくね。
You don't need to tell them. Why bring our parents up?
いいでしょ、別にそれくらい。お父さんたちもオールくんのこと心配してるんだよ。
Nobody asked them to be.
オーラ、ご両親のことをそのように言うのはよくありませんわ。
I'm sorry.
皆さんすごい。こんなに素直なオールくん初めて見た。
It's probably all the whippings. Oh.
彼女ができると変わるものだね。
Hey, wipe that stupid smirk off your face, would you?
私もこんなオーロは初めて見ましたわ。
Come on, you two.
ジエカ、これからも遊びに来てくださいまし。もっとたくさんオールのこと教えてほしいですわ。もちろんです。次に来るときはトリオくんも連れてきていいですか？きっと私も知らないオールくんの話聞けると思いますよ。それはいいですわね。ぜひお願いしますわ。
Hey, that's seriously off limits. Our dumbass that guy's only talk was gonna get out. That guy would definitely blab if Chiyaka begged him.
怪しいな。皆さん、オールくん何か隠してますよ。みたいですわね。質問のしがいがありますわ。
It's nothing. Not really, but still, what happens between guys stays between guys.
オールくんのエッチ。
Don't just have to say it, it's all pervy stuff. No, it totally is.
そんなことは知ってますわ。他のことが知りたいですの。
Give me a break.
皆さん知ってるんだ。ジエカ、どうかしましたの？なんでもないです。私よりも皆さんの彼女としての先輩かも。なんですの？皆さん大人なんだ。オーロ、ジエカはどうしたんです？
Who knows, she acts weird sometimes, so won't worry about it.
皆さん、今度ぜひお話聞かせてくださいね。ほうほう。
There's no telling what girls chatted about when they were alone. We migrated over to my place and had a fun time together. Says time flies when you're having fun.
もう夕方か。そろそろ帰らなくちゃ。
Yeah, want me to walk you part of the way?
いいや、皆さんとの時間をこれ以上邪魔しちゃ悪いもん。私は気にしませんのに。私が気にしちゃいます。
I consider it.
じゃあね、オールくん。皆さん、また来まーす。騒がしい一日でしたわね。
Is that it? She really hasn't changed from when we were kids.
兄思いのいい妹さんじゃないですの。
She's a good girl, but she'd be even better if she called me Oni-chan all the time.
私がそう呼びましょうか？
It's about the most attractive offer in the universe, but that's okay.
あら、そうなんですの？
You're not my sister, you're my girlfriend.
オーラも乙女心が分かってきましたのね。
Huh. Kind of a great mood.
今日はとてもいいことがありましたもの。
Want to talk with her more. If you're gonna share thoughts and feelings, then a little more atmospheric would be nice. Mina, wanna go on a quick walk?
いいですわね。お付き合いしますわ。
We held hands and went for a leisurely walk. Though we walked along with no set destination, my feet just happened to land me in a specific place. Love the view
オ
here.
ーラは意外とロマンチストですわね。
Am I? think everyone enjoys pretty things.
そうですけど、女性を連れてこういう場所に来るんですもの。
Let me just turn off the fucking webcam so I can take my shirt off.
オーロにそんなことを言われたら、私だってそう思ってしまいますわ。
Yeah, you may have a point. You're not cold, are you? Whoops. Jesus Christ, the back is drenched. Oh, there's a proper fucking wet spot. Jesus. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ above, what the fuck? Sorry, I was just looking at Hoshiori Mirai Perfect Edition again.
大丈夫ですわ。オーロが暖かいですもの。
Sam, fine as long as we stay like
やっ
this.
ぱり少しだけ寒いですわ。
She snuggled up close to me. Loved this warmth. Made my heart race, but it was also peaceful.
今日は驚かせてしまいました。
Definitely. Kept Chica a secret from me too.
それはそうですの。オーロに伝わっていてはいたずらになりませんわ。
Disgusting. What the fuck? Fine by me, I got to see the oh so adorable little sister me and a Jan out of it.
それは別に覚えていなくてもいいですわ。
As if I'll never forget it.
もう恥ずかしいですのに。
They're all precious memories of you, so I can't afford to forget any of them.
そうですわね。私も大切に胸に秘めておきますわ。嬉しいこと、楽しいこと、幸せなこと、悲しいこと。
She looked extremely satisfied as she told me this with a peaceful look on her face. It reminds me, she said something good happened today, but what was it exactly?
ああ、そのことですの。ちえかに他人から恋人らしいと評価されたのが嬉しかったんですわ。 私、ちゃんとオーロの恋人ができてますのね。
What about that way? I can't help but worry.
何がですの？
But whether or not I'm a good enough boyfriend.
どうでしょうね。ちえかに聞いてみては。
No way, too
も
embarrassing.
っと自信を持ってくださいまし。私にとってのオーロは素敵な恋人ですわ。
Who knew a single sentence could make you so happy? I wanted satisfied to lie at her more. I had to decide to turn her feelings to make up for how much she cared for me.
最近、ようやく実感が湧いてきましたの。
Feel real? What do you
恋
mean?
をしているという実感ですわ。オーロは今更って思うかもしれませんけど、自分の感情を受け止める余裕がようやく生まれてきたみたいですの。自分がどのようにオーロを好きなのか、どのように思っていきたいのか、そんなことを考えますわ。
Actually, hold on. Let me take off my headphones real quick. There we go. I'm having my fan blow directly at my shirt now. So hopefully that'll fucking dry. Can I ask what those thoughts
今
are?
はまだ秘密ですわ。そのうちオーロが身をもって知ることになると思いますの。
See?
想定外のことばかりですから、なかなかうまくいきませんけれど。
Really?
ええ、本当はもっとスマートに進めている予定でしたわ。
There's nothing wrong with this, is there? It's new to both of us. May have been able to do things in some cooler way. But if I, we may not have wound up the way we are now.
いいえ、きっとどんなオーロでも私はオーロを好きになっていたんだと思いますわ。
The other route said bullshit.
私の恋はオーロと出会った時から始まっていたんですの。私も聞きたいですわ。
Hmm?
オ
What's
ー
up?
ロはいつから恋が始まっていたんですの？
I didn't realize how I felt until recently, but I know it started long before that.
私てっきりあの時かと思っていましたわ。
Oh, when?
初めてオーロと二人で遊びに出かけた時ですわ。オーロが私にリップを選んでくれたでしょ。あれを見てそうなのかと。
Wasn't that aware of it. Do they have customs like that in Sortilege?
やっぱり知らなかったんですのね、あのリップの商品名。意味はご存知ですの？
What was it
ブ
again?
ルミエ・ラムール。フランス語で初恋という意味ですわ。
The way she says the amour part, it just really reminds me of Eclair d'amour from fucking Zero no Tsukaima. The depression plot flower. How about that?
私、ずいぶん勘違いしてしまいましたわ。オーロは無意識に私をドキドキさせていましたのね。
Well, it all worked out in the end, so no harm done.
もう調子いいですわね。
I think I started to fall in love with you from the time we met, same as you did.
たく仕方のない人ですわね。その調子の良さは才能ですわ。
She naturally leaned in closer, felt the weight of her trust in me and embraced her in return.
こうしてオーロを感じるの、とても気持ちいいですわ。
Same here. Could stay like this forever.
贅沢で幸せな時間ですわね。
Yeah, since I got to watch such a beautiful sunset with
や
you.
っぱりロマンチストですわ。というか、少しキザですわね。
Well, with the girl I well, yeah, with the girl I love. Got to show off to some
え
extent.
え、もっと素敵な紳士になってくださいまし。
That's why you've taught me so much.
そうなんですけど、ちょっと複雑ですわ。
Oh, about
オー
what?
ロが素敵な紳士になることは賛成ですわ。他の女性が寄ってきたら、私、どうすればいいんですの？
Adorable. Is that something you need to worry
今
about?
でも不安ですわ。オーロ、モテるんですもの。
Huh?
自覚がありませんの？
Not at all.
まったく、これだから困りますわ。オーロは誰にでも優しいですから。たとえオーロを嫌っている相手に対しても、きっと変わらず優しいのでしょう。
But really? Wouldn't be intentional. Hadn't Yokozaki said something to me
優
once?
しさは美徳ではありますけれど、女性を勘違いさせるようなことはしないでほしいですわ。私、心配と不安で眠れなくなってしまいますの。
I don't think you have anything to worry about. If that were to happen, I doubt there was anyone out there who could openly contend with Mina. When all was said and done, she was a Zordile's princess.
何かあった時は、こうするだけですの。
Ooh,
今
assertive.
のご時世、おしとやかなだけでは王女などやっていられませんわ。男性に守られているだけの女性にはなりたくありませんの。
You're so strong, Mina. She was upstanding and devoted, working hard, as hard as she could with that tiny frame of hers. All the more reason I'd fallen in love with this girl. But give it my all, I don't wind up being protected all the time either.
期待してますわ。
You knew, and all the times leading up to this moment, and well into the future, that I wanted to be with Mina forever.
あら、お願いがありますの。
What is it?
時々で構いませんから。ここで一緒に夕日を見てほしいですわ。
That's fine, but well, you took a liking to it.
それもありますけど、初心を思い出せるようにと思いましたの。人の気持ちは変わっていきますわ。形も大きさも。ですから、ここでこうしてオールと一緒に夕日を見て、今の気持ちを思い出しますわ。そうすればきっと、私たちは、これから先もうまくいくと思いますの。
Let's do that. The world was dyed in the illumination of the sunset. I prayed that our future would be filled with just as much radiance. With that wish in mind, I quietly gazed at the surface of the water that shone in the golden light. It also felt like the end of the route. Like that had the same mood as end of the route scenes usually have. I woke up before my alarm went off. Mina.
おはようございます。
Morning. Did you come to wake me up?
ええ、今日もラジオ体操に行くと思いまして。
Ah, yeah, good idea. Gotta get ready before Akane shows up. Mina?
はい。
What's wrong?
なんでもありませんわ。どうぞ、着替えですわ。
Ah, thanks. I thought she'd already prepared my clothes for me. She was so kind. I guess I'll get changed real quick. Just staring like crazy.
オール、明日からも私が起こしに来てもいいですか？
That'd be great, but are you sure?
ええ、この時間なら私はもう起きてますし。
I'd appreciate it. It's tough to get up this time of year.
わかりましたわ。私に任せてくださいまし。
Took Mina up on her gracious offer.
オールの体、スポーツをしていただけあって引き締まっていて。
Okay, I'll change. Just have to wash my face and wake up. Mina?
違いますわよ。少しぼーっとしてしまっただけで。
Why is Mina such big horny in this? Sure, it's early, so spacing out is normal.
とにかく、いってらっしゃいまし。
Yep, time that out. Sun is starting to warm up. It felt nice and warm once you walked outside once and stepped into the sunshine. Normal Academy was perfectly temperature controlled, but it was no match for the comfortable rays of the sun.
先輩、探しましたよ。
Oh, Akane. A track club member for that was a track club member for you. She raced over with with ridiculous momentum. What's the rush? It's dangerous to run that fast, you know.
はい、ごめんなさい。それはいいんです。じゃなくて、大変なんですよ。
What did you come out with? Did you come up? Did they come out with some new dishes at the cafeteria?
違いますよ。真面目な話です。
Got it. What's up?
カミナルさんが気分が悪いって保健室に。
What?
朝は普通だったんですけど、2限目の途中あたりからすごく辛そうで。私が保健室に連れて行ったんですけど、それで先輩にこのことを伝えなきゃって。
Thanks, Arkin. I'll head straight over.
はい。私も心配なので、様子が分かったら教えてくださいね。
Will do. This was worrisome, but let's just head to the infirmary for now.
あら、まあ、どこに行っていたの？
Well, something came up. Lunch had ended an eternity ago, so I wound up skipping most classes entirely.
市松殿、サボタージュとは感心しませんよ。
I have plenty of reasons for
あ
this.
ら、この香り、
What?
ツンツン。
姫様、おやめください。そのようなはしたない。
オーロからミナの香りがするわ。
市松殿、
I heard Mina went to the infirmary.
ミナが？
I was worried and spent the afternoon looking after her.
そうなのね。ありがとう、オーロ。ミナを心配してくれて。オーロからミナの香りがするのは、ずっとミナと一緒にいたからなのね。
I guess you could say that. It was subtle, but she spotted me smirking. The way she was acting. I figured that Elle would notice.
体調を崩したのかしら。心配だわ。
I think she'll be better after she gets some rest.
ダメよ。ミナは我慢してしまう子だもの。エル、お医者様をお願い。ミナを見てもらいましょう。
はい、すぐに手配いたします。
My diagnosis: sexual frustration. That's not that serious.
風邪は万病のもとなのよ。ミナにもしものことがあったら大変だわ。念のために病院も考えておいた方がいいかしら。本国から王族医療班を呼んで万が一に備えましょう。
There's absolutely no way I could tell them the truth. It would be a catastrophe if they found out she was just insanely horny.
市松殿、
Yes.
カミナル様のことですが、心配はないのですよね。
Yeah, she should be fine now.
そうですか。うん。それなら良かったです。
エル、どうかしたの？
いえ、すぐに手配いたしますので、少々お待ちを。
お願いね。少し時間もあるし、私もミナのお見舞いに行っていいかしら。
私もお供いたします。
オーラも一緒に行く？
We shouldn't go in large groups. I took care of her until shortly ago, so I'll hold off.
うん。それもそうね。
Say hi to her for me.
じゃあオーラ、また明日ね。
I saw Sylvie and Elle off. I'll get in touch with Wakana too. May as well kill some time. Isn't he here? I get cold once the sun sets. Alright, time to rack my brain. This is a perfect opportunity to think about my future. So, how the fuck do you deal with a girl that is literally bedridden the second she gets too horny? Something to be obsessed with, huh? To gross myself in something for Mina's sake. Even though I had studied various things, I didn't think that would cut it. Mina and I have always been from different worlds. It would be easier to forget, given that Mina felt all too naturally close. But she was a princess from the kingdom of Sortilege. In contrast, I was just an ordinary citizen. I believe after coming this far, that something I never paid any attention to, like being a commoner, would be a bottleneck. I had never been discontent or unhappy with being a commoner. I was gonna piece together a future as Mina's lover. Being an ordinary commoner wasn't enough. I obviously need to learn more. What I really need is more experience. To gain experience, I would need to learn some speciality that would lead me there. Is there some experience I needed in order to become a man worthy of her? I wasn't an especially creative person. I was having trouble coming up with ideas.
あれ、イチ。
Hi.
シルビーの妹と一緒じゃねえの？
She's back. I think she's back at the dorm. She is apparently under the weather today.
いいのかよ、ほっといて。
She's fine. I skipped class to visit her actually.
いいね、サボり。不良仲間が増えて嬉しいわ。
Don't lump me together with you.
んで、またなんか悩んでんの？
Why?
イチがここに来る理由なんてそれくらいだろ。
Nothing's eating at me, but I do have something on my mind.
同じことだろ。と、もうすぐ時間だな。
I'll head up first. It was that time where the world was tinged gold. I watched the society here with Ria countless
毎
times.
日同じように見えるけど、違うんだよな。日
What?
が長くなったり短くなったり、雲がかかったり、今日と同じように世界が染まる瞬間は 二度とない。
It is actually drying quite nicely. I'll probably put it on again in a bit. Yeah, you're
普
right.
通は気づかないくらい小さな差かもしれねえけど。
We treasured that moment each and every day. I'm sure that was what Rhea was trying to say. I was waiting when you
そう
said it.
か？
Got me thinking. Need to treasure my
反
time.
省も後悔もしてる暇なんてねえの。信じたものに全力で向かう。そんだけだ。
Rather than regretting time that's already passed, I need to set my sights on the future. You're incredible. Seriously. I respect you. It was frustrating yet cool. My way. My mind, Rhea's way of life. Positively shun.
ロックだろ？
Okay, calm down there, Stacy. She teasingly laughed. That side of her was cool too, damn it. Sun's about to go
冬
down.
の間は日が短いから仕方ねえよ。よっと。
Hey, Rhea.
なんだよ。
You think I can become a prince?
だから前にも言っただろ。一には無理。
Couldn't I pull it off somehow if I was a prince in my own unique way?
なんでもありじゃん。
Is it a lost cause?
いや、いいんじゃねえの？要は意識の問題だと思うし。言い訳や理由付けは後でどうにでもなるさ。
Is that how it works?
俺にはそういうのが得意なやつがついてるんでね。
Got it now. Took a sec, yeah. Admit she seems like she'd be good at that.
感謝はしてるんだけど、人使い荒いのだけはどうにかしてほしいわ。
What are you saying? Everything goes sideways unless she works her butt off for you.
お前まだ言ってんの？
Obviously, I'm waiting for Maria Bishop to make a comeback.
そのうちな。
Finished up dinner. I finished up dinner and took a breather. Mina wasn't likely to show up tonight, so I could spend some time relaxing. Should be fine if I just checked on how she's doing. You alright? As long as I got a reply when she knows my message, that was enough. Okay then, now... Ah, she's already replied. What else from her?
ご心配をおかけしました。
But don't mention it. Just glad you're
今
okay.
お時間あります？
Yeah, I
今
should.
からお伺いしてもよろしいですか？
Sure, I'll go to your place. Alright, better go.
本当にご迷惑をおかけしましたわ。
Told you, don't worry about
い
it.
え、お姉様にもご心配をおかけしてしまって。おせいですわ。
Sylvie was extremely concerned.
本当のことは絶対に言えませんし、両親の呵責でどうにかなってしまいそうでしたわ。
Yeah, it's only natural for people to get quiet around a sick patient, too. We could just gloss it over in some haphazard way. So everything's fine now?
もうすっかりいつも通りですわ。
Glad to hear it. Let me know if anything comes up anytime.
でも、
We went to all the trouble to support each other. You can rely on me too, you know. It's not cool if I'm always the one to rely on you.
そうかもしれませんけど、複雑ですわ。
Why?
オールを頼る部分が人には言えないことというのが。
We're all humans, so these things happen. Everyone has their desires. Heck, getting to be with a super horny princess is practically a dream come true for most people. sorry, just kidding.
私、本当に困ってるんですのよ。自分で自分の気持ちが抑えられないなんて、初めてですの。
That just shows how much you love me.
そうですわ。何か悪いんですの？
I was just making a joke, but she quickly lashed out at
全
me.
部オールのせいですわ。オールと恋仲になってから、私、変えられてしまいましたの。
Right, put it back on. There you go. Turn back this Barbarian mode. And there we go. I'm back. Okay, maybe that's a bit too open. I'm gonna take responsibility for it, you know?
ですから、どうしてそう大切な言葉をさらっと言ってしまいますの？
Maybe because I'm always serious when it comes to you?
オールはやっぱりずるいですわ。
Her cheeks puffed right up. Childlike way she got angry was really charming.
どうしてニヤニヤしてますの？
I was just thinking about how cute you were.
これ以上怒ってもオールには効果がないみたいですわね。と言いますか、逆効果な気がしますわ。
That's your fault for being adorable.
何を言ってますの？
If you ever need help or something serious comes up, please come talk to me. It would make me happy if I can help you.
ありがとうございます。お心遣い感謝しますわ。では、オールも私のことを頼ってくださいますか？
Huh? Me, I'm pretty sure I already rely on you tons.
そうですけど、もっと違う部分ですわ。恋人としての私を頼ってほしいんですの。
Ah, that's what you meant.
オールが私にだけ頼れること、恋人として助けになりたいですわ。
Sorry about that. I already rely on you more than enough.
足りませんわ。もっとわがままを言ってくださいまし。私はオールと対等でいたいんですの。そのためにはもっとオールが私を頼ってくれませんと。
Let me think. Like having you make me meals?
ええ、お安いご用ですわ。
Or could I ask you to clean?
このメイド服にかけて完璧にこなしてみせますの。
Or maybe if you to wake me up with a good morning blowjob?
そんなの私が我慢できなくなってしまいますわ。
Yeah, don't worry, Sylvie, skip class again.
それはお姉様に大変申し訳ないので、できれば自重したいところですわ。
Can you?
3回、いえ、2回に1度でしたら。
So it was a lost cause.
とにかく、オールはもっと私を頼ってくださいまし。
Got it, I'll do that.
それと、その、時には、命令でもいいんですのよ。
Mina really was pervy.
銀色ラブリッチェ、ゴールデンタイム。オール、起きてくださいまし。おはようですわ、オール。
Oh, man.
そろそろラジオ体操の時間でしょ？
That's right. Mina'd offer to wake me up every morning.
あかねが来る前に準備をしておいてくださいまし。待たせてはダメですわよ。早く起きて着替えませんと。ほら、シャキッとしてくださいまし。
So sleepy.
ほら、着替えですわ。
Okay. slung off the sweatsuit I had on in place of pajamas. Ah! Cold. Cold air against my skin instantly woke me up. Better hurry and get changed. I can feel their eyes drilling into me like crazy. There, I just need to get on some to exercising.
隠れてしまいましたわ。
You're not making this very easy for me, Mina!
先輩、おはようございます。ってもう起きてます？
Morning, Akane.
あかね、おはようございます。あれ、カミナルさん。そっか、カミナルさんが先輩を？ええ、生活習慣もしっかりお世話ではなく、面倒を見て差し上げることにしましたのよ。そうなんだ。いいなあ、先輩。
Okay, I'm ready, shall we?
はい。今日も元気に行きましょう。
I'm heading out, Mina.
いってらっしゃいまし。
This rolled, it was like we were newlyweds! How Mina would react if I said that.
さて、オーロが戻ってくる前に軽く掃除でもしておきましょう。服も脱ぎ散らかして子供みたいですわ。
It makes me happy to take care of Oro. Proud, even.
なんだか私、オーロのお嫁さんみたいですわ。
Wonder if Oro would be bothered if I said as much.
もっと彼を、オーロのことを知りたいですわ。
Even the things everyone else already knew, but I didn't. Maybe could expand upon the things I already knew, but no one else. I needed to learn everything there was to know, but my feelings would never grow.
できることなら、このままずっとオーロのために。あら？
There was a cardboard box crammed into a corner.
そういえば。
I was awfully worried about the contents inside this very box when no one near someone was here for the party.
いけませんわ。恋仲であるとは言っても、お互いのプライバシーは大切にしませんと。見えているから気になるんですわ。隠してしまいましょう。意外と重いですわ。もう、少し。落としてしまいましたわ。壊してしまってないでしょうか。
Oh,
なんですの、
no.
これ。制服美少女クラブ。放課後の蜜月。隣の美人妻と朝まで生放送。
There were magazines, boxes, and DVD cases with mostly naked women on the packaging.
これはいわゆるエッチなものですわね。
Oro was a healthy young man and I knew better than anyone how perverted he could be. I knew, but...
後でお仕置きですわよ、オーロ。
yeah, he's fucked. I'm back. I got some great exercise.
お帰りなさいまし、オーロ。
Yeah. What's going on? She was in an awfully good mood. Oh! A Jewish porn was laid out on the floor. I left them packed up in that box, completely forgot about them.
オーロ、お話がありますの。
Will it be a long one?
オーロの心がけ次第ですわ。
Thanks, there was no fun in this.
言い訳は後ほどたっぷり聞きますわ。まずは、ここにお座りなさい！
Yes, ma'am! Morning.
おはよう、オーロ。元気がないわね。
どうかしたのですか？
Mina scolded me.
当然ですわ。授業が終わったらお話の続きがありますから、ちゃんとまっすぐ部屋に戻るんですのよ。
Yes. How could I possibly defend myself against Mina as I was now? The more I resisted, the longer...
あら、みんな、おはよう。
The more I resisted, the longer and more severe her lectures became. Oh, yeah.
おはようございます、お姉様。今日もご機嫌麗しいですわ。
おはようございます、カミナル様。
エロいなも。ミナがここに来るなんて珍しいわね。このゲロを連行しましたのよ。
The plebeian treatment sure took me back.
市松殿、何をしたのです？
Just a small mistake.
ではお姉様、私はこれで失礼しますわ。このゲロをしっかり見張っておいてくださいまし。見張る？何のことかしら。
やはり何か悪さをしたようですね。一体何を？
あやか、おはよう。おはようございます。おはようございます。あら、クルスクラウンさんの妹さんね。おはようございます。
She basically sees Aka like, fuck. It's a match.
おっぱいもお尻も大きくて、大人の女性らしい体つき。それに何より、綺麗な長い黒髪。私に何か？いえ、何でもありませんわ。あやか、みなと仲良くしてあげてね。私の大切な妹なの。ええ、寮の仲間でもありますもの。柔らかな物腰、知的な瞳、余裕のある笑顔、城ヶ崎さん。やはり最も危険な存在ですわ。オーロの好みをそのまま現実にした感じじゃありませんの。何かしら。ものすごい敵意。というか、嫉妬のようなものを感じるのだけれど。では、私はこれで失礼しますわ。ね。またね、みんな。何ですか、朝からため息なんて。こちらの気分まで暗くなりますから、やめてくださらない？
Bunch of things happened.
ま、市松さんが落ち込んでいようと浮かれていようと、私には関係ありませんが。
That was the usual curtness.
おはよう。あれ、オーロどうしたん？
Past me committed a sin and Mina gave me an earful for it.
は？何それ？
It was inevitable. It was all the fault of that certain something living inside me.
はあ？あ、もしかして。あれ見つかったん？
Yep.
そりゃ神にゃもうおこだよ。
あれとは何です？
男の子にとってのバイブルみたいな。
How holy they are is the whole problem. And spare the corny jokes, as long as it confused Sylvie and Elle, it was fine by me. Now that you know, please go easy on me.
ナイーブかよ。
Boys absolutely are.
よくわからないけど、今日はオールをそっとしておいてあげればいいのかしら。だね。エルチンもオッケー？
はい、そのようにいたします。
今日だけと言わず、今後もそっとしておいていいんじゃないかしら。
It was true that hardships it was true the hardships you never experienced before keep coming at you once you get a girlfriend. So it is true. So it's true. I think I fucked up. I'm all finished adding up.
よろしい。これで全部ですわね。
It's everything. She was gonna seal up all the pornography she'd found. After everything was packed away in a new cardboard box, Mina applied the seal.
捨てなさいとまでは言いませんわ。しかし、もう必要のないものであることにも変わりはありませんわね。
Without a doubt.
では、このまま閉じ込めておきますわ。私の許可なく封を切らないように。
Are you loud and clear?
その前に、少しだけ検閲させていただきますわ。
What?
オールの趣味を理解するためですの。 黒髪がお好きだというのは一目見ただけで理解しましたけど。ではそうですわね。これにしましょう。
She plucked the DVD out of the box. At the evocative title, Neat and Tidy Little Sisters are frustrating.
オーロ、再生を。
You're seriously gonna watch this?
当然ですわ。これも研究のうちですの。
She shows no signs of giving in. Guess I'm stuck. Fine, here he goes. I press the play button.
あら、可愛い子ですわね。
That's right, honestly, all actresses lately are cute.
チェックしてますのね。
Ah, crap. Saigo and Yamamoto have guys talk about their favorite porn stars all the time as a way to deepen our friendships.
まったく。オーロのエッチ。
She was sort of when she got jealous.
この子が今からエッチしちゃうんですの？
Yep, if I remember right, she's... This one's a threesome scene.
3P？
Where two guys have sex with one girl.
そんなことを？
Look, it's starting. Mina, you alright?
世の中は広いですわ。私の知らないことで溢れてますのね。
It sounded like it had been a bit of a culture shock for her. This was still totally soft subject matter too.
オーロはこういうのが好きなんですの？
Yeah.
3P はオーロが2人いないと嫌ですわ。
I wouldn't! Wait, it's not even possible!
それ以外でしたら頑張れなくはないと思いますけれど。
Oh, you mean it?
オーロが望むのでしたら。
I mean, she did this and that for me. Mina, I want to watch this next.
あ、はい。
This one's cosplay thing, but I'd like it if you took, I'd like you to look it over. Then there's this. The little sister is the one doing the diddling. Oh, this one's great too. It has mind-breaking and time freezing. Come on, Mina. It's a study group. Learn all of my fetishes.
本気ですの？私もオーロの期待には応えてあげたくはありますけれど。
Scott, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Sotilage already has time freezing capabilities. Please, Mina.
わかりましたわ。
Turn disaster into fortune. I could tell Mina all about my deepest, darkest fetishes. Mina kept watching the pornos with immense curiosity, seeming like she wanted to say something all the while. Our study group carried on well into the night, and Mina came to understand my fetishes. We were just about to call it a day when...
オーロ、今日勉強したことはいつ実践しますの？
Anytime's fine.
では、少しの間お借りしても？
I don't mind.
ありがとうございます。では、これを見て復習しておきますわ。
May have been dating, but I couldn't believe I was letting my girlfriend porn. Princes of a whole country had begun to watch porn. I got the sense I was doing something unthinkable.
では、今日はこれで失礼しますわ。
Sure, see you tomorrow.
おやすみなさいまし。オーロ。
Ah, that was so much fun. I had tons more to look forward to ahead. Mina had gotten more erotic by the day, so as a guy, I was as happy as could be. Man, I was horny! Just finished watching a bunch of porn, so it would only make sense. Mina had gone back to her room. It'd be wrong to barge in on her so late. Guess I'll take care of business myself for a change. Sex and masturbation were separate. We saw it all the time online. Not that I could even begin to believe it before I experienced it myself. The opinions of my predecessors are important. Quickly booted up my computer. In modern times, you could find any and everything on the vast open waters of the internet. Okay, what should I go with? Oh, this one looks good. Baby-faced young woman with huge tits and long, shiny black hair. Yeah, I just scratched the edge.
オーロ、忘れてましたわ。あさってですけれど。
Huh?
あ、
Time stopped for a moment. Video suddenly started to play.
あら？これはどういうことですの？
You know, I'm prepping for our next study session.
勉強熱心で感心ですわね。まあ、おっぱいの大きい女優さんですわ。
It's just a coincidence.
そうですの。たまたまですのね。言い訳は後ほど聞くとして、ひとまず、そこに正座なさいまし！
I'm so sorry! He does not learn. My fucking wrist hurts.
金色ラブリッチェ、ゴールデンタイム。今日はしっかりエスコートをお願いしますわ。あら？
But of course, today's objective. Kiss Mina's butt. I offered to take her on a date to patch things up after my slip up the other day. I even picked out a movie for us today.
映画、いいですわね。どのような内容のものですの？
A human drama that moved all of America to tears.
そのキャラやめてくださいまし。
And she didn't like it.
オールは私の恋人なんですから。貸し付かせるために一緒にいるわけではありませんの。
I appreciate you saying
無
that.
理してたんですのね。
It was honestly draining.
付け焼き場はおやめなさいと言っているでしょ。
You're right. I'll take you out for the day as your boyfriend like normal.
その方が嬉しいですわ。
Gently held her hand. It was practically second nature at this
何
point.
時からですの？
Just a little longer. Why don't we grab lunch while we can?
いいですわね。今日は何を食べさせてくれますの？
Commoner Food on the Go series, part 3. About manju this time around.
聞いたことはありますわ。コンビニで買える冬の定番の食べ物ですわね。
Yeah, there are those ones. The flavor differs slightly by convenience store chain.
なるほど。なかなか奥が深そうですわね。
Let's go pick up some at the convenience store nearby first. Then. We enjoyed snacking on manju from the convenience store and then got misty-eyed during the movie. It was your ordinary run-of-the-mill kind of date. Mina was enjoying herself like any other girl would. The day flew by unbelievably quickly. We chatted about all sorts of things on our way home. Everything we had been through, of course, what laid ahead. There was no telling what the future held. But what was most important was how we felt. As long as we embraced our love, there was no reason for uncertainty.
今日は楽しかったですわ。
Did I manage to satisfy you?
とても。
Glad I had fun
オ
too.
ーラ、明日はお時間ありますの？
Yeah, I should. Want to go on another date?
いえ、ゆっくりお話がしたいんですわ。
A talk.
本当は今日話せればと思っていたんですけれど、楽しくて。ですから、明日はお話だけを。できれば静かなところで二人きりで。
Sure, let's do that.
ではオーラ、今日はこれで失礼しますわ。おやすみなさいまし。
Huh? She left in a hurry, didn't she? Only Mina would want to kiss for a bit, but I'm not doing a good job, am I? Oh, my back suddenly hurts like
金
hell.
色ラブリッチェ、ゴールデンタイム。
Oh, this feels unpleasant right now. Oh, the next day passed by in the blink of an eye, and dusk was quickly approaching. Just about time if all went as I expected.
オーラ、いらっしゃいます？
Yeah, come on in.
お待たせしましたわ。
It's fine, don't worry about it. We're gonna talk, you know where, I assume.
さすがですわね。
All the more reason for her to pick this time. Shall we then?
やはりここの景色は綺麗ですわね。
Yeah, love it here too. Watch the sunset together. Its golden shades spread across the sky, creating entirely different scenery from up on the roof.
私、考えましたの。オーロとのこれからのこと
Sorry, I
ですわ。
forgot to read them, huh? Oh yeah.
私自身の思いと望みをきちんと言葉にしてきましたの。
And that's what you came here to tell me?
聞いてくださいます？
Of course.
私、できることなら、このままずっとオーロと一緒にいたいと思ってますわ。ですけど、いろいろな障害があると思いますの。第10王女と序列は低いとはいえ、私はソルティレージュの王女ですもの。王女であることを鼻にかけたりするつもりはありませんけど、オーロとの関係で大きな壁になることは事実ですわ。オーロと出会って初めての恋をして、オーロのことをたくさん知ってきましたわ。かっこいいところ、ちょっとかっこ悪いおバカなところ、エッチなところ、私だけが知ってるオーロも教えてくれましたわ。
Tell me plenty about yourself too?
ですから、オーロはもう知っていると思いますけれど、私、一度決めたことは曲げたくありませんの。諦めるのも嫌いですわ。
An indomitable attitude and an honest heart. Mina really was an amazing girl through and through. Been trying to work hard so I had a chance of keeping up with you. That's not enough, is it? Gotta do a better job of showing you how cool I can be.
オーロ、
Be super lame if you had to drag me by the hand all the time. Besides, keeping up with her meant she would need to constantly keep looking over her shoulder. I wanted to walk beside her as equals. Maybe too soon to call this eternal undying love, but I believe I can proudly say that I treasure you more than anyone else in the entire world. I'll be by your side for as long as I possibly can.
私、オーロの手を引くことはできますけれど、歩みを緩めたりしませんわよ。愛
Absolutely.
情の裏返しで、今までよりも厳しくしてしまいますわよ。
That works for me.
泣き言は聞きませんわよ。
Certainly wouldn't complain if you want to spoil me every now and again.
いいですわ。極上に甘いのを用意してあげますの。オーロも用意しておいてくださいまし。私用に特別な甘い時間、お願いしますわ。
I'll make sure everything you like will be ready
た
for
ま
you.
にはわがままも許してくれます？
As long as it's within my
オーロに
means.
しかできないことですわ。世界中、他の誰にもできないことですの。私の気持ちを満たせるのは、オーロだけですわ。
I hope I could be that person for her forever. To be special to Mina was both my hope and desire.
嬉しさも、寂しさも、悲しさも、すべてオーロと一緒に感じて分け合えたら、それは私にとってこれ以上ない喜びですわ。
So,
思いを重ねるということ、
whoops.
思いを重ねるということは、そういうことだと思いますの。どうかしましたの？
Ah, you just surprised me. Such an incredible proposal.
そうでしょうか。恋というものを私なりに考えてたどり着いた答えですけれど。
Yeah, I think it's the right answer, and I want to be the same for you.
よかったですわ。間違っていないかと不安でしたの。オーロと出会って恋をしてからは本当に初めてのことばかりですから。
Same here. Being with you has been full of brand new experiences.
私がオーロに教えられてばかりだと思っていましたけれど、違うんですのね。
It's been an awful lot that you've taught me too. And I was sure that it would hold true from now on. When we were together, even the most casual everyday occurrence felt out of the
オーロ
ordinary.
にそう言ってもらえると、なんだか誇らしい気持ちになりますわ。
That's an honor.
あら、似合わない言葉を使いますのね。
I've often wondered if I was a good fit for you.
オーロが背伸びしているようで可愛いですわ。
I should call it cool
オ
instead.
ーロは可愛いですわよ。私のために頑張ろうとしてくれるところとか、真剣な表情がすごく可愛いんですの。
There we go. It's involuntary.
冗談ですわ。オーロはかっこいいですわよ。私にとっては世界で一番かっこいい殿方ですの。
If you talk me up that much, it'll make me blush.
わがままですわね。
We talked in between mutual laughs. I loved sharing these peaceful moments with her.
Ah! あら、大丈夫ですの？
Yeah, it's cooling off, so we should probably start heading back.
そうですわね。日もじきに沈んでしまいますし、明日も、明後日も、その次の日も。
Yeah, as long as you want to be, as long as you want to be with me, we can do this forever.
それなら心配は無用ですわね。
Sounds so sure of yourself.
愛する殿方は生涯に一人で十分ですもの。ですけど油断はしないでくださいまし。オーロにはまだまだ足りないところがたくさんありますわよ。
I know, I'll keep working hard.
期待してますわ。
At first, I often thought Mina and her smile to be cute. At some point along the way, that simple observation changed to I love you. And now it was transitioning to I adore you. Do you think we're okay the way we are?
いいと言いますと？
Whether we're taking a right approach to our feelings or toward our futures.
そんなものわかりませんわ。何が正しいかなんて誰にもわかりませんもの。ですから、私とオーロで選んだ道を正解にすればいいんですわ。
I get it. I would make any choice to make the right one for sure.
未来は二人で作るもの。そうですわよね。
Sure is. She was direct and honest through and through. Was making progress towards what we believed was right. That was what I loved about her.
私とオーロのことを皆が認めて祝福してくれる。そんな未来を目指したいですわ。それに、オーロから指輪もいただいてしまってますもの。
Huh? Ring? You mean the one from the festival?
そうですわ。
That's just a toy.
あの時も言いましたけれど、高価であればいいというわけではありませんわ。私に相応の指輪を贈ろうとするなら、都心のタワーマンション1棟分ほどの予算は必要ですわよ。
That's on too massive scale for me to even be surprised.
私はこの指輪で満足ですわ。綺麗な色をしてますわね。ほら、見てくださいまし。
Brilliant adorned her left hand. It was unmistakably golden. Again, that felt like the end of Route Scene again.
ゴール
I
デ
said
ンタイム。
again twice. That's how shocked I was. Morning.
おはよう、オーロ。あら、ミナも一緒にいるの？おはようございます、お姉様。どうかしたの？何がですの？緊張してるみたい。何かあったの？いいえ、何でもありませんわ。それならいいけど。
いつものように落ち着いた雰囲気ではありませんね。
There was no avoiding Mina being nervous. She was gonna tell him. The reason being.
オーロ、私、お姉様に打ち明けようと思いますわ。 私とオーロのことですの。まずは私に一番近い方の理解を得ること。ここから始めますわ。
Again, I don't think you need to earn the support of Sylvie. Sylvie heard that he confessed to you without knowing about your feelings on the matter yet. She probably had a hunch already, because for some reason she just like is fucking omniscient like that. But still, even then she was like, okay, fucking take care of her for me. Like, she will hear that you that you accepted his feelings that have been going out for over a week at this point. And her reaction won't be, how dare you try to get with a commoner. Her reaction would be, how dare you keep this from me for so long. I have to organize a wedding! Sylvie would totally try to organize a wedding immediately.
オーロ、見ててくださいまし。私頑張りますわ。
And there you had it.
おはよう。あ、カミニャンだ。おはようございます。ん？何硬くなってんの？いえ、ですからそんなことは。めっちゃ緊張してるじゃん。リラックスリラックス。こら、そこ触っちゃ。あり、なんかめっちゃエロい反応。
妃殿、おやめください。
女の子同士だしいいじゃん。ねえ、カミニャン。ダメですの。
妃殿、セクハラですよ。それ以上するというのであれば。
うわお、エルチン怖い。
まったく。カミナル様、大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫ですわ。
なんでしょう、この色っぽさは。
Even Elle's over here like, what the fuck happened?
エル？どうしたの？
いえ、なんでも。
今日はみんなちょっと変ね。オーロもそう思わない？
I wonder. Sylvain appeared to have helped Mina's tension go away.
騒がしいですね。何事ですか？お、あやかっちおはよう。カミニャンが遊びに来てるんだ。そうなんですか。もうすぐホームルームが始まりますけれど。はい。皆さんのお時間は取らせませんわ。ん？お姉様、それに皆さんも、そこで見ていてくださいまし。さあ、オーロ、行きますわよ。
Wait, me too?
皆さん、私の話を聞いてくださいまし。私は、カミナル・ル・プルテア・ソルティレージュ・シスアは、この方、市松オーロとお付き合いをしてますわ。
She stood in front of the class and announced our relationship to everyone present.
まだ付き合い始めたばかりですが、オーロは、私の初めての恋人ですの。皆さん、どうか私たちのこと、見守っていてくださいまし。
Is this the first time we actually get a proper shot of him front up in his uniform? Because I don't remember any others like that right now. And he looking snazzy in that.
知ってるわ。
もう知っていますが。
っていうか、隠してたつもりだった。庶民と交際なんて、本気かしら。あら、皆さんの反応が薄いですわね。
I wonder if everyone, at least in this class, pieced it together already. The girls from the dorm likely knew, and based on that, maybe all of the students at the academy did also. I think it's incredible you had the courage to tell everyone point blank.
そうでしょうか。
Yeah, besides, it just shows how important it was for you to say that in front of everyone.
そうですわね。 今日ここで告白することはこれからの第一歩ですもの。
She looks incredibly smug. I gently squeezed her hand in response. That alone was enough to make a smile.
カミニャン先生、質問。はい、何ですの？オーロとはどこまで行ったん？どこまでとは？そんなん決まってるじゃん。彼氏彼女としてどこまで行っちゃったのってこと。それは
She was gonna give it away the second she turned bright red, got
キサキ
panicky.
殿、あまりプライベートな詮索は。
どうか言ってエルチンも知りたそうな顔してるじゃん。
そのようなことは決して。
私も気になっちゃうわ。みんなどうなのかしら。
シルビー様まで？
それは私とオーロだけの秘め事ですの。
おお、お二人ともこれ以上の詮索はご自重ください。
城ヶ崎さん。はい？私負けませんから。はあ、負けませんって。オーロの趣味を必ず強制してみせますの。趣味？
What the hell is she saying?
そういうこと。納得。ちょっと木崎さん、私にわかるように説明していただけません？私も知りたいわ。レイナ、どういうことなのかしら。まあそのうちわかるんじゃない？気になるわ。
細かく追求するのはあまり良くない気がしますが。
Elsha's over here, 100% aware of what all this talk is about. And he's just trying to save the innocence of Sibling.
エルも知りたいって顔してるわよ。
いえ、そのようなことは。
All of the onlookers looked excited, but so it all worked out.
さあオーロ、次ですわ。今日中に学園を回りきれるように頑張りましょう。
Wait, Mina, you're gonna keep this up?
まずはこの学園全体に知っていただきますわ。
I'm pretty sure everyone knows.
私自身の言葉で届けないと意味がありませんわ。そしてその後は楽しみですわね。さあオーロ、まだまだ先は長いですわよ。私は正々堂々胸を張ってオーロとの恋を成就させてみせますの。
Mina was all fired up. I wasn't especially confident, but I went along with Mina all the same. I'd better get my act together so I could live up to her resolve. Okay, everyone, listen up! Mina is mine. Anyone with complaints can come to me.
お、あやかっちが感心してる。いえ、あそこまで言い切れてしまうことに驚いてしまって、市松さんのああいった思い切れてしまうところは私も見習うべきでしょうね。わかる。オーラも無茶するよね。だからといって認めたわけではありませんけど。でもさ、羨ましいよね。あんな風に気持ちを言葉にしてくれるのは女の子として羨ましいかなって思うんだ。そういうものでしょうか。そういうもんだよねえ、カミニャン。はい、オールは私に初めての恋を教えてくれた大切な方ですわ。
You could arguably call that grooming, but let's not go there.
しかしカミナル様のおっしゃる通りです。市松殿、簡単なことではありませんよ。
Yeah, I'm aware.
ですからこうして私からオールの気持ちに応えるための覚悟を見せる必要があったんですの。お姉様にもエロイナにも私たちの本気を伝えたかったんですわ。
I always wonder why my first instinct is like, ah yes, show how serious you are. Like, ah yes, character should just like put his hand on the fucking table and just like stab his hand with a knife. Why is it always the first thought that comes to mind? It's really fucking weird. No, maybe we really should hurry up with that psychiatrist's appointment that I mentioned at the start of the part. Probably, yeah. Sounds like a good idea.
みんなそうなのね。わかったわ。ソルティレージへの取り次ぎは私とエルに任せておいて。そうだわ。もうすぐ春休みでしょ。その間にオーロをソルティレージに招きましょう。
There's no way to actually like open up the fucking saved voice line. I was just gonna do the Mina just saying, what?
こういう話は早い方がいいもの。ね、みな。だそうですわ。あら、どうしますの？
Maybe he had a passport.
これまで以上にマナーもしっかり覚えませんと。お父様たちを納得させられるだけのものを叩き込んで差し上げますわ。
I'll do it. That's the last I need to pull off to be fit for the princess.
そうですわね。私にとってオーロは王子様なんですから。
You know I could pull it off in my own unique
ずっ
way.
とかっこつけ続けて私を何度も惚れ直させてくださいまし。
Let's grow our first love together.
楽しみにしてますわ。未来の旦那様。
Right up till our love bore fruit on the path we tread ahead. Sorry about that. No. They were singing it. No. A small princess with a big heart. Achievement. Oh yeah, her after popped up now. Her append. Let's just immediately do that. Because why not?
いやー、まさかカミニャンがあんな大胆なことするなんてね。
I was surprised when I heard she was doing it too.
そんなこと言って、オーロもノリノリだったくせに。
It's not like I could just sit by and watch it all go down.
ねえ、市松くん。いつの間にプルテアさんとそんな関係になってたの？
やっぱメゴチンはそういうの気になる？
当たり前でしょ。私はイケメンと付き合うことに命かけてるんだから。教えて！いや、教えてください！どうしたらいい人を捕まえられるの？
That's kind of hard to answer. For starters, I didn't bag anything. I fell in love with her for the person she is, just like you would anyone else.
メゴチンはイケメンに引っ張られすぎだかんね。
There's nothing really wrong with falling for someone who is attractive and is financially well off.
だよね。イケメンを好きになるのも当然だよね。
Right. I wouldn't really say that, but okay. This sounds kind of funny coming from me, but I wonder if it was okay for me to fall for Mina and to tell her point blank exactly how I felt. We probably wouldn't have started dating if I questioned every little thing I did or said.
なるほどね。
眩しい。その純粋な瞳が眩しい。
あ、そうだ。聞きたいことがあったんだけど。
What's up?
オーロはカミニャンのどこが好きになったの？
Good question. It's hard to pick one specific thing. I guess it was because I couldn't really get it out of my head after we hung out.
あ、意外と普通なんだ。
I was taking etiquette lessons from Mina at the time, and she was really strict. She'd get really mad at me if I fell behind.
ああ、たまに聞こえてくるあれね。
うんうん。こってり絞られてるなって思って聞いてるあれだね。
Yeah, I guess the walls really were then. Well, not like I could really do anything about it now. Despite how angry she got, I knew she genuinely had my best interests at heart. Started learning a bunch of stuff about her after, and the rest was history. That about sums it all up.
なるほどね。
Also, she's really cute.
なるほど。それが一番わかりやすい。
結局あんたも見た目かい。
It was a factor, but it wasn't the only reason why I fell for her. What the heck was she going on about? Mina's the cutest girl in the world after all. For example, we were hanging out the other day and she looked up at me with those big old eyes while holding my shirt sleeve between her fingers. I thought I was going to die from the cuteness overload.
おほー。ぐ
What?
ー。いやー、オーロの口からこんなのろけが聞けるようになるなんて、私は嬉しいよって。
I was being serious though.
うん、知ってる。
ああ、いいなあ、幸せそうで。
Not to brag, but I'm super happy right now.
素直におめでとうと言えないもどかしさ。ちくしょう！私も絶対イケメンの彼氏捕まえてみせるんだから。
If you find someone you really like, then I'm sure you'll start dating in no time.
本当？それって私にそれだけの魅力があるってこと？
But yeah, I don't think there's anything bad about you. You may want to tone down the greediness a bit, though.
あら、それってもはや別人なのでは？レイナちゃんはいぶかしいんだ。
この、せいぜい見てるがいいわ。
Sure, good luck.
その余裕が腹立つ。
よかったね、オーロ。カミニャンと付き合うことができて。
Yeah. Grateful to you, Reina. This is particularly thanks to your advice.
いいのいいの。幸せになるんだよ。それが私にとっちゃ一番の恩返しだからね。
That's the plan, whether you told me to or not.
泣かせるようなことがあったら、シルビーたちだけじゃなくて、私も怒るから。
Got nothing to worry about. I never want her smile to fade. I'll do whatever I can to make sure that doesn't happen.
そっか。それなら安心だね。よかったね、カミニャン。オーロにこんなにも愛されて。
Huh? Mina? Hey, how long have you been there?
私を好きになって、ちゃんとまっすぐ気持ちをぶつけられたのが良かったと言っていたあたりから。
She's basically been there from the start! Rena, you knew, huh? She put a fast one on me. Couldn't believe Mina had been eavesdropping on our conversation.
私も、オーロに好きって言ってもらえて、とても嬉しかったですわ。
Yeah, well, how to put it? It was worth me telling you how I feel.
こんな人の多い場所でこういうことを言うのは恥ずかしいですわね。
Yeah. It had been a hot topic at the academy ever since. Not surprising considering Mina was a princess and I was but an ordinary commoner. Fortunately, that meant everyone was keeping a close eye on us.
落ち着きませんわ。
Even someone like Mina, who should be used to being in the public eye, was feeling incredibly restless.
まったくもう、お二人さん、ういういしいの。そんなんじゃ。いいのいいの。あーしには全部わかってるから。こういうちょっと遠慮しがちなところとか、いやー、青春ってやつだね。
You kept quiet because you wanted to see this, huh?
ごめんね。かわいいカミニャンが見たくて、ちょっと意地悪しちゃった。今日はどったの？オーロに用があってきたんでしょ？そうでした。私としたことが目的を忘れてしまってましたわ。
Does something happen?
いえ、特に問題というわけでは。オーロが恋しくて会いに来たとか。半分ほどはそれが理由ですわ。なんとか言いなさいな。
Mina.
なんですの？急にかしこまって。
Thank you, it makes me super happy.
別にあなたを喜ばせようと思って来たわけじゃありませんわ。ただ私が会いたかっただけです。
Reina?
なんだい？オーロさんや。
My girlfriend's crazy cute.
わかる。この可愛さは反則的だね。女の私でもグッとくるものがあるんだもん。何がですの？
Ignore her.
これはわからないからこそいいものだよね。なんだか釈然としませんが。それでもう半分は何なん？ああ、それはですわね。実は今日、学校が終わった後に、オーロに会いたいという方がおられまして。
Me? I knew it was.
私とオーロのことは、当然ながら、祖国ソルティレージュにも伝わってますの。
I was suddenly filled with a confusing and horrendous sense of dread.
ソルティレージュとしても、全くの放置というわけにもいかず、まずは、直接オーロがどういう人間なのか、しっかりと見定めなければならないということになりまして。
So you're saying I'll be meeting with a higher up from Sortilege, so I need to be on my best behavior?
そういうことですわ。
Oh, you know, actually...
ありませんわよね。
Right.
オーロ完璧にスケジュールも把握されてるんね。まったくもう、 さっきはあんなにかっこよかったのに。
I wouldn't be nervous meeting a representative from another country. It's not like your father and mother will be here, right?
ですわね。お父様たちは忙しいので、昨日の今日で来るというのはとても。
Phew. Give me some peace of mind at least. To meet her parents would, without any time to prepare, would be too much for me to handle right now.
ですが、ソルティレージの代表であることには違いありませんわ。話したことがすべてお父様たちに伝わるのは間違いないですわね。
Oh! Yikes, now I'm freaking out. I knew there was no way I could get out of it. But thought of it gave me a stomachache. And helped that it was all going down later today. Damn. If only at least had enough time to emotionally brace myself.
大丈夫ですわ。オーラはもう十分に立派な男性なのですから。マナーの面ではまだ足りないところがありますが、それでどうこう言われることはないはずです。恐れることなく普段通りに自然体のオーラでいればきっと大丈夫ですわ。むしろ変に頑張ろうと自分を作ればそれを見抜かれてしまうだけでしょうし。
いいな。
私とオールのこれからのためにあなたならちゃんとできますわよね。
Yeah. I had to go through with this if I wanted to be with Mina. Couldn't be afraid. Thanks, Mina. I was freaking out a little bit.
まあ無理もありませんわ。ですがこの程度のこと乗り越えてもらわないと困ります。
Yeah, I know. It's okay. I'll understand as long as I get my sentiments across to them.
ええ、その心意気ですわ。
Since I love you so much, I can't even put it into words anymore.
ええ。
Regardless of what happens, we're getting married one day, and I'll do whatever I can to make them understand how much you mean to me.
お嫁ってもういいですわ。十分にわかりましたから。ここは教室ですのよ。落ち着いてくださいな。
Sorry, I got a little too into it.
もう嬉しいですけど、さすがに TPO はわきまえてくださいまし。
Mina shyly averts her eyes. Adorable. Oops, not good. I had to show some remorse for getting overly emotional.
もう昼休みが終わってしまいますわ。それじゃまた放課後に迎えに来ますので。
Yeah. Things had escalated rather quickly, hadn't they? On second thought, maybe it wouldn't be such a big deal if all they wanted to do was talk. Even though I need to sort out my thoughts and compose myself for what was to come. For now, I can't do a thorough review of the etiquette and manners Mina had taught me. There wasn't much time left until school was over. I better do as much as I possibly could to ensure I didn't give the person for sortilege any odd impressions. Is it gotta be Itoe? Alright.
自信に満ちたいい顔をしていますわね。
Okay, I lose my nerve after coming this far.
大事な時に心臓が強いというのはいいことですわ。
It's all because you're here with me. Here for
私
me.
がですの？
I'd be my coolest self when you're around, Mina. Maybe that was weird of me to say. Strange, I was trying to act cool for her.
いいえ、そんなことはありませんわ。
Mina smiled sweetly.
オールなら何の心配も必要ないですもの。
Huh?
オール、準備はよろしくて。
Yes, as ready as I'll ever be.
そう。それじゃあ行きますわよ。
Yep, it's Itoe.
はじめまして、市松オーロ殿。私は、イロエディ・カバレロイスタと申します。シルビア様とカミナル様がお世話になっているようで。
Pleased to meet you. I'm Ichimatsuro. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule.
ああ、そう固くなる必要はないよ。それに時間を作ってもらったのは私の方だ。わざわざ来てくれてありがとう。突然のことですまないね。市松殿とカミナル様とのことで、 どうしても確認しておきたいことがあったんだ。
Yes, sir.
まずはじめにだけど、二人が付き合っているというのは本当のことかい？
ええ、本当ですわ。
As Caminal says, I am privileged to be dating her.
そうですか。二人がよくやっているのであれば何よりです。ぜひこれからも良いお付き合いをお願いいたします。
I'm surprised he accepted our relationship so readily. I assumed he was going to give me a stern talking to at the very least. Am I an acceptable significant other to her?
それは私が決めることではないでしょう。ソルティレージ王室は自由恋愛を推奨しています。本人たちの意思が一番です。何よりカミナル様はソルティレージの中でも昔から人を見る目は確かと言われています。そのカミナル様が見初めた方なのです。私でなくとも誰にだって反対理由などありませんよ。ただ、
Hiroi paused and his expression grew serious.
市松殿、あなたに一つだけお聞きしなければならないことがあります。今日はそのために来ていただきました。
What is it?
それは覚悟です。あなたにソルティレージュ第10王女カミナル様の婚約者となる覚悟があるのかどうか。王女と付き合うとなる以上、それは決してお遊びでは済まされません。これから先にも市松殿には様々な壁が待ち受けていることでしょう。もちろん我々も十分なサポートはしていくつもりです。ですが全員が全員市松殿のことを好意的な目で見てくれるとは限りません。妬ましく思う人も出てくるかもしれません。文化の違いからすれ違いが生じることがあるかもしれません。もしそれらの壁に挫折しカミナル様と別れるなどとなれば、ソルティレージ王家の品格、ひいては国家間の問題にもなりかねない。そのことを理解した上でなお、あなたはカミナル様とお付き合いする覚悟がおありでしょうか。
Turned to me and sat quietly beside me. She simply smiled for me. As she stood by my side, I knew there wasn't a single doubt in her mind that everything would work out for the better. Since I knew that, I had no reason to hurt doubts. Everything will be fine. No matter what may happen, Mina and I will find happiness together. As long as we're together, we'll support each other for the rest of our lives. We'll never give in, no matter what hardships we face. I can say that much with absolute certainty. Made that profession without a shred of doubt.
そういうことですわ、イロエ。私もオーロも半端な覚悟で付き合っているわけじゃありませんの。私、カミナル・ル・プルテアはこの市松オーロと一生を添い遂げるつもりでいますわ。
Mina.
そうか。
With a huff, Iroe's lips relaxed.
わかった。今日のことはそのままソルティレージュに伝えさせてもらうよ。
Thank you.
すぐにどうこうということはないけど、いずれ市松殿がカミナル様の婚約者であると正式に発表する日が来るだろう。そうなれば、どこにいても恥じることのない振る舞いを心がけるよう求められるようになる。
You've got a lot to learn from Mina between now and then.
みっちりと教育して差し上げますわ。というのはもちろんなのですが、オーロ、一つ大切なことを教えて差し上げます。どこにいても恥じることのない振る舞い。それはとっても簡単なことなんですの。
It is.
そんなものは堂々としていればいいんです。自分に自信を持って振る舞えば、基礎さえきちんとできていれば、誰の目にもかっこよく見えますわ。
Have a point. Have confidence in yourself, huh?
自分のことを低く評価しない。これでいいんだろうかという不安は、見ている相手にも伝わってしまいます。でもオーロなら、何の心配も必要ないですわ。私は今日、そのことを再確認しましたもの。
カミナル様の言う通りです。今日のような市松くんなら、きっと大丈夫でしょう。いい目をしていました。その心意気をお忘れなきよ
う。Yes, sir.
カミナル様、市松くん、今日は来てくれてありがとう。二人の話が聞けてよかった。それじゃあ私は失礼させてもらう。この後も用事が詰まっているのでね。
Kazuto was about to leave the room, he stopped and turned around.
二人のことは、私も一個人として応援しているよ。
So I made it through.
ほら、気を抜くのが早いですわよ。でも、さっきのオーラは、かっこよかったですわ。
Assumed that meant that past the flying colors, at least for now. I wondered how things would progress from here, but the important thing was that today's meeting ended without incident. This conversation was all I had planned for today, but, you know, do you have any plans after this?
いえ、今日はもう何もありませんが。
Really? Well then, how about we go somewhere together?
デートのお誘いですの？
Yeah, what do you think? She shyly looked away.
よろしくお願いしますわ、オーラ。それで、今日はどこに連れて行ってくれるんですの？
That's a secret.
そんなもったいぶるような場所なんですの？
Nah, it's not. It's really not it. That's really not it. I was just thinking this sort of thing works better as a surprise when you get there.
お楽しみ。
Here's my house! Welcome to my... welcome... I mixed them up. Welcome to my house! Here's my parents! If you're curious, I'll give you a hint. It's likely somewhere you've never been before.
私が行ったことのない場所？
Yep.
で、ほとんど全部じゃありませんの。
You got me, huh? Me and Ned hardly been anywhere in this area as of yet.
ヒントがヒントになっていないなんて、オーラは意地が悪いですわ。
Sorry, sorry.
ですわ。
She was in a lackluster mood. Still though, I'm pretty sure you'll have fun.
そうじゃなかったら許しませんわよ。
It'll be fine, honestly.
やけに自信が終わりなんですのね。
I mean, don't you love me?
何をおっしゃいますの急に。
All I need to have fun is to be with... All I need to have fun is to be with you. What about you?
私もオーラと一緒にいると楽しいですわ。
If I'm with you, I can have fun anywhere, but more than that, I thought the place we're going to today would help you have a lot more fun.
オーラが私のために？
Yeah, it's kind of spur of the moment though, so it's not like I've had time to prepare anything big.
十分ですわ。いつもそうですもの。オーラは私のためにすごく頑張ってくれて、その度に私の心はもうドキドキで、それにオーラの言ってくれた通り、私はオーラがいればそれだけで。
So you do. Having her tell me exactly how she felt really did make me happy.
それでそこに着くまであとどのくらいかかりますの？
Not long, 5 minutes or so after we turned this corner.
あら、すぐですのね。
I would have called us a ride if it was too far. I thought it was going to take longer to get there though. Maybe it's since we were chatting. Time feels like it flies by.
またそういうことを。
Sorry for the wait. This is where I wanted to bring you.
アミューズメントパークですの？
So, yeah, I figured you wouldn't have much experience with them.
確かにそうですけど、大丈夫ですの？
What do you mean?
私も少しは知識として知っているのですが、何でも灰皿が空を飛び交うような場所なんでしょ？それに店内を歩いているだけでガンを飛ばしてくる人がいると聞いたことがありますわ。エロイナに先に見てきてもらった方が。
No, it won't be that bad. These kind of things are super rare nowadays. Arcades are a commoner's playground. If she suddenly performed an inspection, then it'll make everyone really uncomfortable and think something bad happened.
それもそうですわね。突然規制を上げる方がおられるというのも、あれも古い情報だったのでしょう。さすがにそんなことはありえないですわよね。
That might happen once in a while.
やはりエロいのに。
Stop. If that happened, it would be from a well-meaning citizen. Meaning, making strange noises might not be well-meaning, though. You know, I'd protect you if something happened.
私、 オーロが傷つくのも嫌ですわ。
Then, if anything happens, I'll call it right away. How does that sound?
そういうことでしたら。
There's a chance it could happen, but it's not something you would normally run into. You can relax. Shall we? There's stuff I'd like you to try.
私にやってほしいこと？
Yeah, namely. DDR.
これは何ですの？
Simply put, a dancing game. Just dance to the rhythm.
ダンスゲーム。なるほど。面白そうですわね。
You do believe I thought you'd be great at a game like this. I guess it is a pretty different environment and whatnot, though.
ですわね。まあでも、これくらいのことでしたら問題なさそうです。これ、どうすればいいんですの？
Hang on a second. You put 100 yen in here. There. I quickly navigated through as far as the tutorial screen. Mina, do you want to play the tutorial?
やりますわ。基本を知らずに慌てるわけにはいきませんもの。
Okay, let's do this then.
なるほど。大体は理解しましたわ。どうかしましたの？
Nah, you just look like you're having fun.
ええ。外で体を動かすのは久しぶりですもの。それに、オールもそう思って私を連れてきてくれたのでしょ？
Yeah, I sure did. I wasn't exactly today's main event yet, but for now, we'll keep that a secret from her.
さて、練習もこれくらいに本番ですわ。あら、いろんな曲がありますのね。
It would be great if there are some you know. There obviously aren't any classical songs. Mina was having a staring contest with the song list.
ではこの曲で。
She picked the popular track from a certain game. Do you know the song?
私、日本のことはある程度勉強しておりますの。
That makes sense. Wouldn't have expected her to know this one. That's because of what happened in the room the other day. But the song
どう
is...
かしまして？
Nah, it's nothing. It was one of the more difficult songs with a relatively intense beat map. This would be tough for a first-timer, but you'd be okay.
さて、ミュージック、スタート！こんな感じでよろしくて？
Mina danced to the rhythm. Mina, you're amazing! You can't believe you can dance as well when you only just started!
どんなもんですわ。このくらい、このカミナルルプルテアにかかれば余裕でしてよ。
She danced as she looked my way, looking calm and composed. The beef lunch was crazy good. Looked absolutely awesome out there. My ability to pick up on anything musical was considerably high, but... Oh, it gets a little tricky from this point down, so watch out.
わかりました。転調ですのね。さっきまでと違ってリズムが取りづらいですわ。
Sudden change in tempo caused Mina to be thrown off balance. This was at least partially a game of memorization in some respects. There would be parts kind of difficult for even someone as skilled as Mina to pull off on the fly.
どうしてこんなに人が集まってるんですの？
Before we knew it, a crowd of people had circled the machine to watch Mina play. It was a common sight, but it seems an arcade newbie like Mina wasn't aware. Here, you're almost at the end.
これ激しすぎ。
She was nearing the end of the song and was repeatedly getting bombarded by difficult steps one after another.
負けませんわよ。
She may not have been hitting every step accurately, but she was getting really into it. People in the arcade cheered with excitement whenever she cleared a difficult section.
少しですわ。
You can do it, Mina! She was finally at the end. Someone on our end watching, not just Mina playing, everyone on our end watching, not just Mina playing, was enthusiastic. It wouldn't be all that unusual if she were to churn out a ton of misses at the end. But she went without breaking down to the very end.
いや、これで終わりですわ。
At the end of the song, she struck solid pose. The arcade erupted in cheers.
なんですのこの方々は。
They were all watching you dance.
そうなんですの。私ちゃんとできてまして、 途中からミスもいくつか。
You were more than amazing. I never imagined you'd be that good on your first
あ
try.
らよかったですわ。それにしても音ゲーというのでしたか。なかなか侮れないですわね。
What'd you think? Pretty fun, right?
もっと練習して上手くなりたいですわ。
That was the ambitious girl I knew. I bet she could be a top-notch player in no time if she practiced a bit more.
そうですわ。エロイナに行って家に一つ置いてもらいましょう。
Oh yeah, I guess people of your class could pull that off.
それはそれとして、その人が多くて落ち着かないですわ。
Yeah. More people had gathered to watch Mina dance than when I last looked. I could hear voices from here and there asking, I wonder what she'll dance to next. Should we get out of here?
ですわね。
We moved away from the crowd and over to the quiet spot by the vending machines.
びっくりしましたわ。
I did expect people to crowd, but that was honestly beyond my expectations.
あのゲームがそういうものだって知ってたんですの？
Nah, it's not so much the game. I just assumed people would obviously want to watch a cute girl dance.
そういうものなんですの。でも楽しかったですわ。
Hearing you say that makes it worth inviting you here.
オーロの連れて行ってくれる場所はどこも楽しいところばかり。たこ焼きも風船も、そして今回もまだまだ知らないことばかりですけど、そのどれもが素敵な体験でしたわ。
Mina, to be honest, there's one other reason we came here today. Or rather, there's the real reason. There's something I want to do with you.
Huh?
It's something common is doing dates all the time, but yeah, would you come over?
ええ。これは
Photo
何です
box. It's photo booth. We can take a picture together to keep as a memento.
の？プリクリ？
準備はいいかな？撮影するよ。
Here, Mina.
なんですの？
3、2、1。
ちょっと今変な顔してしまいましたわ。撮り直しはできませんの？
Got it. I'll retake it. So wait just a second.
写真撮影だなんて分かっていたら最初からそのつもりで準備しましたのに。
Mina, just to put this out there, you don't need to be so formal with stuff like this.
そうなんですの？
You can just be yourself and not worry so much.
そういうことでしたら。
準備はいいかな？撮影するよ。3、2、1。
Hey!
オーロ、急に何するんですの？
Look, it's cuter this way.
こんな
Alright, taking the picture. Mina, come here.
顔。もう、オーロ。これが。
There's that handsome lad! Look at that handsome lad back there. That is adorable. He came out super cute in it.
可愛いってそんな。オーロが急に抱きついてくるからびっくりして。
You're absolutely adorable when you
そ
blush.
れが恥ずかしいんですの。写真ということはこの先ずっと残るんですのよね。
That's what I had in mind, at least.
オーロに喜んでもらえるのは嬉しいですけど、
Did you not like it?
恥ずかしくて死にそうですわ。
It'd be a major problem if you did. You have to make this into a fun memory for her.
それでここは何をする場所なんですの？
This is why you doodle on the picture we took
落
earlier.
書き？
For example, like this.
私の名
Yeah, you give it a try.
前。わかりましたわ。書きづらいですわね。ちょっと崩れてしまいましたわ。やり直しボタンはどこですの？
I think it's nice the way it is now. That's charm.
そうですの？
Yeah. Her handwriting came out much more rounded than it usually did, but it's lovely all the same. Who would have thought their writing would be so cute? That would be more formal looking, but that was another unexpected surprise.
他はどういうことをすればいいんですの？
Anything is fine. For instance, do stuff like this.
ハートなんて
Oh, should I not have?
ダメじゃないですけど、なんでそんな恥ずかしいことができるんですの？
Because I want to make fun memories with you. It may feel embarrassing later on, but I want to treasure this moment here and now. I'm happy and blessed to be with you, so I'd like to add fun into the mix too.
そんな、ずるいですわ。
You know, aren't you gonna write something?
そうは言っても、何を書けばいいのか。
You can write anything you want as long as it comes from the heart.
私が思ったこと、決まりましたわ。
Oh, what you end up doing with
注
going with?
目しないでくださいまし。見られていると書きづらいですわ。
Okay, quietly waited for her to finish scribbling. And she wrote, Mina.
なんですの？
That's clearly against the rules.
消します。デリートですわ。
Wait, don't erase it. Time to print. Kerplunk! You went to all the effort to write it. We've got to preserve this.
ダメですわ。そんなのがずっと残るだなんて耐えられませんわ。
Afterwards, Mina and I lost track of time by playing arcade games to our heart's content. On our way home, we headed to the lake Mina wanted to visit.
オーロはこの場所のことを覚えてまして？
What do you mean?
もう察しの悪い男ですわね。あの夜、お姉様がオーロに会いたいと言って、私をオーロのところに向かわせて。
Oh yeah, the time you climbed through his window. Yeah, and that's why I first met you. That's why I met you for the first time. Back when she was called over, I didn't even know that Mina was Sylvie's little sister. At least I think I remember her having to climb through the window. Having a private tea party with Sylvie had made my heart race just a little.
あの時はさっぱりわかりませんでした。お姉様がどうしてオーロのことを。
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't. It wasn't that I didn't understand how she had felt. I would bet that everyone at this academy thought that too. What did you honestly think about me back then?
正直に言ってもいいんですの？
Yeah?
その、シルビー姉様についた悪い虫と、どうにかして引き離せないかと、ずっと考えていましたわ。
Yeah, that checks out. Or best, maybe that was how I seemed from Sortilège's point of view.
あの時はですわよ。
Is that from now?
もちろんですわ。
Ooh, wow, that piques my interest. What do you think of me now?
誰よりもかっこいい素敵な旦那様ですわ。
Crap, I was so overjoyed this was gonna make me smirk.
そういうあなたはどうなんですの？
Me? The princess I can proudly call the cutest in the whole world, maybe? That's how I feel about you.
ずるいですわ。そんなことを恥ずかしげもなく言うなんて。
I'm just as embarrassed as you'd expect, though. I'm sure my face is just as red as yours. Couldn't see it myself, but I was sure that was the case. My face was astonishingly hot, but it's the truth.
そうですの。
I love you, Mina. I'll treasure you for the rest of my life.
ほら、私もですわ。私も心からオーロのことを愛しています。共に添い遂げる覚悟はできてますわ。なんとか言いなさいな。恥ずかしいじゃありませんの。
Sorry. What you said just made me so happy.
まったくもう。
Not good. After what happened earlier today, there was a particular romantic mood now that we were standing out in the nighttime breeze. I feel like I fucked up that sentence. I was sure Mina felt the same way.
はじめにオーロと会った時は、まさかこんなことになるなんて思いもしませんでしたわ。
There sure is no telling what life will throw at you.
オーロはシルビー姉様が好きなのかとばかり思っていましたの。
That's how it looked to you.
ですわ。
Mina had gotten that impression too. guess it may have been true that I felt something closer to an admiration for Sylvie since she was a princess.
だいたい自分がゲロウと呼んでいた殿方から好意を伝えられるなんて想像できるわけがないでしょう。
Ah. That's the reason. She had absolutely no reason to trust me back then, but in the time that followed, we got to spend more time together. That created opportunities for us to get to know each other better. For me, it seemed like this incredibly witty, sharp-tongued girl. You seemed like this incredibly witty, sharp-tongued girl. I figured that was just how royalty behaved, so it didn't get to me that much.
ごめんなさいですわ。
You stopped referring to me that way at some point, but could that have been because...
オーラの努力や成長を認めたというのもそうですけど、それ以上に
More what?
オーラのことを一人の殿方として意識することが増えたからですわ。
You see?
何にやついてるんですの？
Oh no, I'm not grinning at all.
にやついてるから言ってるんです。
What the heck? I was trying so hard to keep my facial muscles in check.
オーラのここは落ち着きますわ。
Really love it there, don't you? Mina plopped down onto my lap, looking tired yet
オ
relieved.
ーラの大きな体に支えられていると思うと安心するんですもの。
Makes me happy to hear you feel that way about me.
オーラ、頭を撫でてくださいまし。
You got it.
幸せですわ。
Gotta think of it. I have something I wanted to ask.
なんですの？
What's your mom, the queen, like? I have to introduce myself to her eventually, right?
そうですわね。一言で言いますと、かなり怖い。
Oh. A brief summary more or less gave me a mental image. Legitimately terrifying one.
でもお母様よりお父様の方が
Even scarier.
いえ、私たち全員を心から愛してくださる。でも愛が深すぎて。
That's how it is. No matter the country, fathers are apparently similar in that way.
気が早いですのね。
Well, eventually, anyway. This was a path I inevitably had to take. Not that I had any plans of avoiding it whatsoever.
分かっているとは思いますけど、前より良くなったとはいえ、今のオーラはマナーも品位も上流階級でやっていくにはまだまだです。誰よりもかっこいい旦那様には違いありませんけど、それだけじゃ足りませんの。
For sure, I'll have to work harder. I'll wait for me you'll wait for me until you graduate, won't you?
そうですわね。
Once Mina graduated, she would finally resume her professional duties as the 10th princess of Sortilege. That was when I would be put to the test. Till then I had to become an upstanding man who no one could find fault with. I hope we'll always be there for each other, Mina.
もちろんですわ。一緒に幸せな未来を作っていきましょう。あら。
Walked all over is the achievement that I just unlocked. What? What? Anyways, if I were to go to title now, yes. And
金色ラ
press
ブリッチ、ゴー
start
ルデンタイ
now. Yes. That's good. I was told that apparently I should play all the
Kinkoi
events first,
ム、ゴー
though.
ルデンタイム。
It's for information. However, I don't know how true that is, so I'm just gonna like ask again just to be safe. Either way, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I was not expect. You know what? Fuck it. Let me talk about Mina's round. My thoughts on Mina's round real quick. I did not expect to like Mina this much. Not at fucking all. She's fucking adorable, and I will fucking murder anyone who tried to hurt her. I had this wife for one day, and if anything happened to her, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. You know that. But yeah, other than that, I would place her above Ayaka's route, honestly. Like Ayaka's route was fucking hilarious, but that's just mainly because Ayaka's route felt like mainly comedy, honestly. So if I had to say which route I prefer, it would honestly be Mina's. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say on the topic. Next time on Dragon Ball Z, no. I'll probably do the appends and then immediately start with Aldrea. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye bye.